Hello. Tonight, we begin with the most fascinating fairy tale. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Stan Bolovan. Once upon a time, what happened did happen. And if it had not happened, this story would never have been told. On the outskirts of a village, just where the oxen were turned out to pasture, and the pigs roamed about, burrowing with their noses among the roots of the trees, there stood a small house. In the house lived a man who had a wife, and the wife was sad all day long. Dear wife, what is wrong with you, that you hang your head like a drooping rosebud? Asked her husband one morning. You have everything you want. Why cannot you be merry like other women? Leave me alone, and do not seek to know the reason, replied she, bursting into tears. And the man thought that it was no time to question her, and went away to his work. He could not, however, forget all about it, and a few days after, he inquired again the reason of her sadness, but only got the same reply. At length, he felt he could bear it no longer, and tried a third time. And then his wife turned and answered him. Good gracious, cried she. Why cannot you let things be as they are? If I were to tell you, you would become just as wretched as myself. If you would only believe, it is far better for you to know nothing. But no man yet was ever content with such an answer. The more you beg him not to inquire, the greater is his curiosity to learn the whole. Well, if you must know, said the wife at last, I will tell you. There is no luck in this house, no luck at all. Is not your cow the best milker in all the village? Are not your trees as full of fruit as your hives are full of bees? Has anyone cornfields like ours? Really, you talk nonsense when you say things like that. Yes, all that you say is true. But we have no children. Then Stan understood. And when a man once understands and has his eyes opened, it is no longer well with him. From that day, the little house in the outskirts contained an unhappy man as well as an unhappy woman. And at the sight of her husband's misery, the woman became more wretched than ever. And so matters went on for some time. Some weeks had passed, and Stan thought he would consult a wise man who lived a day's journey from his own house. The wise man was sitting before his door when he came up, and Stan fell on his knees before him. Give me children, my lord. Give me children. Take care what you are asking, replied the wise man. "Will not children be a burden to you? Are you rich enough to feed and clothe them? Only give them to me, my lord, and I will manage somehow." And at a sign from the wise man, Stan went his way. He reached home that evening, tired and dusty, but with hope in his heart. As he drew near his house, a sound of voices struck upon his ear, and he looked up to see the whole place full of children, children in the garden, children in the yard, children looking out of every window. It seemed to the man as if all the children in the world must be gathered there, and none was bigger than the other, but each was smaller than the other, and every one was more noisy and more impudent and more daring than the rest. And Stan gazed and grew cold with horror as he realized that they all belonged to him. Good gracious, how many there are! How many? He muttered to himself. "Oh, but not one too many," smiled his wife, coming up with a crowd more children clinging to her skirts. But even she found that it was not so easy to look after 100 children. And when a few days had passed, and they had eaten up all the food there was in the house, they began to cry, "Father, I am hungry. I am hungry," till Stan scratched his head and wondered what he was to do next. It was not that he thought there were too many children, for his life had seemed more full of joy since they appeared. But now it came to the point he did not know how he was to feed them. The cow had ceased to give milk, and it was too early for the fruit trees to ripen. "Do you know, old woman," said he one day to his wife, "I must go out into the world and try to bring back food somehow, though I cannot tell where it is to come from. To the hungry man, any road is long." And then there was always the thought that he had to satisfy 100 greedy children as well as himself. Stan wandered and wandered and wandered, till he reached to the end of the world, where that which is mingled with that which is not. And there he saw, a little way off, a sheepfold with 7 sheep in it. In the shadow of some trees lay the rest of the flock. Stan crept up, hoping that he might manage to decoy some of them away quietly and drive them home for food for his family. But he soon found this could not be, for at midnight he heard a rushing noise, and through the air flew a dragon, who drove apart a ram, a sheep, and a lamb, and 3 fine cattle that were lying down close by. And besides these, he took the milk of 77 sheep and carried it home to his old mother, that she might bathe in it and grow young again. And this happened every night. The shepherd bewailed himself in vain. The dragon only laughed, and Stan saw that this was not the place to get food for his family. But though he quite understood that it was almost hopeless to fight against such a powerful monster, yet the thought of the hungry children at home clung to him like a burr and would not be shaken off. And at last he said to the shepherd, "What will you give me if I rid you of the dragon?" "One of every 3 rams, one of every 3 sheep, one of every 3 lambs," answered the herd. "It is a bargain," replied Stan, though at the moment he did not know how, supposing he did come off the victor, he would ever be able to drive so large a flock home. However, that matter could be settled later. At present, night was not far off, and he must consider how best to fight with the dragon. Just at midnight, a horrible feeling that was nisra and strange to him came over Stan. A feeling that he could not put into words, even to himself, but which almost forced him to give up the battle and take the shortest road home again. He half turned, then he remembered the children, and turned back. "You or I," said Stan to himself, and took up his position on the edge of the flock. "Stop!" he suddenly cried, as the air was filled with a rushing noise, and the dragon came dashing past. "Dear me," exclaimed the dragon, looking round. "Who are you? And where do you come from?" "I am Stan Bolovan, who eats rocks all night, and in the day feeds on the flowers of the mountain. And if you meddle with those sheep, I will carve a cross on your back." When the dragon heard these words, he stood quite still in the middle of the road, for he knew he had met with his match. "But you will have to fight me first," he said in a trembling voice, for when you faced him properly, he was not brave at all. "I fight you?" replied Stan. "Why, I could slay you with one breath." Then, stooping to pick up a large cheese which lay at his feet, he added, "Go and get a stone like this out of the river, so that we may lose no time in seeing who is the best man." The dragon did as Stan bade him, and brought back a stone out of the brook. "Can you get buttermilk out of your stone?" asked Stan. The dragon picked up his stone with one hand and squeezed it till it fell into powder, but no buttermilk flowed from it. "Of course I can't," he said, half angrily. "Well, if you can't, I can," answered Stan, and he pressed the cheese till buttermilk flowed through his fingers. When the dragon saw that, he thought it was time he made the best of his way home again. But Stan stood in his path. "We have still some accounts to settle," said he, "about what you have been doing here." And the poor dragon was too frightened to stir, lest Stan should slay him at one breath, and bury him among the flowers in the mountain pastures. "Listen to me," he said at last. "I see you are a very useful person, and my mother has need of a fellow like you. Suppose you enter her service for 3 days, which are as long as one of your years, and she will pay you each day 7 sacks full of ducats. 3 times 7 sacks full of ducats." The offer was very tempting, and Stan could not resist it. He did not waste words, but nodded to the dragon, and they started along the road. It was a long, long way, but when they came to the end, they found the dragon's mother, who was as old as time itself, expecting them. Stan saw her eyes shining like lamps from afar, and when they entered the house, they beheld a huge kettle standing on the fire, filled with milk. When the old mother found that her son had arrived empty-handed, she grew very angry, and fire and flame darted from her nostrils. But before she could speak, the dragon turned to Stan. "Stay here," said he, "and wait for me. I am going to explain things to my mother." Stan was already repenting bitterly that he had ever come to such a place. But since he was there was nothing for it but to take everything quietly and not show that he was afraid. "Listen, mother," said the dragon as soon as they were alone. "I have brought this man in order to get rid of him. He is a terrific fellow who eats rocks and can press buttermilk out of a stone." And he told her all that had happened the night before. "Oh, just leave him to me," she said. "I have never yet let a man slip through my fingers." So Stan had to stay and do the old mother service. The next day, she told him that he and her son should try which was the strongest, and she took down a huge club bound 7 times with iron. The dragon picked it up as if it had been a feather, and, after whirling it round his head, flung it lightly 3 miles away, telling Stan to beat that if he could. They walked to the spot where the club lay. Stan stooped and felt it. Then a great fear came over him, for he knew that he and all his children together would never lift that club from the ground. "What are you doing?" asked the dragon. "I was thinking what a beautiful club it was, and what a pity it is that it should cause your death." "How do you mean, my death?" asked the dragon. "Only that I am afraid that if I throw it, you will never see another dawn. You don't know how strong I am." "Oh, never mind that. Be quick and throw. If you are really in earnest, let us go and feast for 3 days. That will at any rate give you 3 extra days of life." Stan spoke so calmly that this time the dragon began to get a little frightened, though he did not quite believe that things would be as bad as Stan said. They returned to the house took all the food that could be found in the old mother's larder and carried it back to the place where the club was lying. Then Stan seated himself on the sack of provisions and remained quietly watching the setting moon. "What are you doing?" asked the dragon. "Waiting till the moon gets out of my way." "What do you mean? I don't understand." "Don't you see that the moon is exactly in my way? But of course, if you like, I will throw the club into the moon." At these words, the dragon grew uncomfortable for the second time. He prized the club, which had been left him by his grandfather, very highly, and had no desire that it should be lost in the moon. "I'll tell you what," he said, after thinking a little. "Don't throw the club at all. I will throw it a second time, and that will do just as well." "No, certainly not," replied Stan. "Just wait till the moon sets." But the dragon, in dread lest Stan should fulfill his threats, tried what bribes could do, and in the end had to promise Stan 7 sacks of ducats before he was suffered to throw back the club himself. "Oh dear me, that is indeed a strong man," said the dragon, turning to his mother. "Would you believe that I have had the greatest difficulty in preventing him from throwing the club into the moon?" Then the old woman grew uncomfortable too. Only to think of it. It was no joke to throw things into the moon. So no more was heard of the club. And the next day, they had all something else to think about. "Go and fetch me water," said the mother when the morning broke, and gave them 12 buffalo skins with the order to keep filling them till night. They set out at once for the brook, and in the twinkling of an eye the dragon had filled the whole 12, carried them into the house, and brought them back to Stan. Stan was tired. He could scarcely lift the buckets when they were empty, and he shuddered to think of what would happen when they were full. But he only took an old knife out of his pocket and began to scratch up the earth near the brook. "What are you doing there? How are you going to carry the water into the house?" asked the dragon. "How? Dear me, that is easy enough. I shall just take the brook." At these words, the dragon's jaw dropped. This was the last thing that had ever entered his head, for the brook had been as it was since the days of his grandfather. "I'll tell you what," he said. "Let me carry your skins for you." "Most certainly not," answered Stan, going on with his digging. And the dragon, in dread lest he should fulfill his threat, tried what bribes would do, and in the end had again to promise 7 sacks of ducats before Stan would agree to leave the brook alone and let him carry the water into the house. On the 3rd day, the old mother sent Stan into the forest for wood, and, as usual, the dragon went with him. Before you could count 3, he had pulled up more trees than Stan could have cut down in a lifetime, and had arranged them neatly in rows. When the dragon had finished, Stan began to look about him, and, choosing the biggest of the trees, he climbed up it, and, breaking off a long rope of wild vine, bound the top of the tree to the one next it. And so he did to a whole line of trees. "What are you doing there?" asked the dragon. "You can see for yourself," answered Stan, going quietly on with his work. "Why are you tying the trees together?" "Not to give myself unnecessary work. When I pull up one, all the others will come up too." "But how will you carry them home?" "Dear me, don't you understand that I am going to take the whole forest back with me?" said Stan, tying 2 other trees as he spoke. "I'll tell you what," cried the dragon, trembling with fear at the thought of such a thing. "Let me carry the wood for you, and you shall have 7 times 7 sacks full of ducats." "You are a good fellow, and I agree to your proposal," answered Stan, and the dragon carried the wood. Now the 3 days' service, which were to be reckoned as a year, were over, and the only thing that disturbed Stan was how to get all those ducats back to his home. In the evening, the dragon and his mother had a long talk, but Stan heard every word through a crack in the ceiling. "Woe be to us, mother," said the dragon. "This man will soon get us into his power. Give him his money, and let us be rid of him." But the old mother was fond of money, and did not like this. "Listen to me," said she. "You must murder him this very night." "I am afraid," answered he. "There is nothing to fear," replied the old mother. "When he is asleep, take the club and hit him on the head with it. It is easily done." And so it would have been, had not Stan heard all about it. And when the dragon and his mother had put out their lights, he took the pig's trough and filled it with earth, and placed it in his bed, and covered it with clothes. Then he hid himself underneath, and began to snore loudly. Very soon, the dragon stole softly into the room, and gave a tremendous blow on the spot where Stan's head should have been. Stan groaned loudly from under the bed, and the dragon went away as softly as he had come. Directly he had closed the door, Stan lifted out the pig's trough and lay down himself, after making everything clean and tidy. But he was wise enough not to shut his eyes that night. The next morning, he came into the room when the dragon and his mother were having their breakfast. "Good morning," said he. "Good morning. How did you sleep?" "Oh, very well, but I dreamed that a flea had bitten me, and I seem to feel it still." The dragon and his mother looked at each other. "Do you hear that?" whispered he. "He talks of a flea. I broke my club on his head." This time, the mother grew as frightened as her son. There was nothing to be done with a man like this, and she made all haste to fill the sacks with ducats, so as to get rid of Stan as soon as possible. But on his side, Stan was trembling like an aspen, as he could not lift even one sack from the ground. So he stood still and looked at them. "What are you standing there for?" asked the dragon. "Oh, I was standing here because it has just occurred to me that I should like to stay in your service for another year. I am ashamed that when I get home, they should see I have brought back so little. I know that they will cry out, 'Just look at Stan Bolovan, who in 1 year has grown as weak as a dragon.'" Here a shriek of dismay was heard both from the dragon and his mother, who declared they would give him 7, or even 7 times 7 the number of sacks, if he would only go away. "I'll tell you what," said Stan at last. "I see you don't want me to stay, and I should be very sorry to make myself disagreeable. I will go at once, but only on condition that you shall carry the money home yourself, so that I may not be put to shame before my friends." The words were hardly out of his mouth before the dragon had snatched up the sacks and piled them on his back. Then he and Stan set forth. The way, though really not far, was yet too long for Stan, but at length he heard his children's voices and stopped short. He did not wish the dragon to know where he lived, lest some day he should come to take back his treasure. Was there nothing he could say to get rid of the monster? Suddenly an idea came into Stan's head, and he turned round. "I hardly know what to do," said he. "I have 100 children, and I am afraid they may do you harm, as they are always ready for a fight. However, I will do my best to protect you." 100 children. That was indeed no joke. The dragon let fall the sacks from terror, and then picked them up again. But the children, who had had nothing to eat since their father had left them, came rushing towards him, waving knives in their right hands and forks in their left, and crying, "Give us dragon's flesh. We will have dragon's flesh." At this dreadful sight, the dragon waited no longer. He flung down his sacks where he stood and took flight as fast as he could, so terrified at the fate that awaited him that from that day he has never dared to show his face in the world again. The 2 Frogs. Once upon a time, in the country of Japan, there lived 2 frogs, one of whom made his home in a ditch near the town of Osaka on the seacoast, while the other dwelt in a clear little stream which ran through the city of Kyoto. At such a great distance apart, they had never even heard of each other. But funnily enough, the idea came into both their heads at once that they should like to see a little of the world, and the frog who lived at Kyoto wanted to visit Osaka, and the frog who lived at Osaka wished to go to Kyoto, where the great Mikado had his palace. So one fine morning in the spring, they both set out along the road that led from Kyoto to Osaka, one from one end and the other from the other. The journey was more tiring than they expected, for they did not know much about traveling. And halfway between the two towns, there arose a mountain which had to be climbed. It took them a long time and a great many hops to reach the top. But there they were at last. And what was the surprise of each to see another frog before him. They looked at each other for a moment without speaking, and then fell into conversation, explaining the cause of their meeting so far from their homes. It was delightful to find that they both felt the same wish, to learn a little more of their native country. And as there was no sort of hurry, they stretched themselves out in a cool, damp place, and agreed that they would have a good rest before they parted to go their ways. "What a pity we are not bigger," said the Osaka frog, "for then we could see both towns from here, and tell if it is worth our while going on." "Oh, that is easily managed," returned the Kyoto frog. "We have only got to stand up on our hind legs and hold on to each other, and then we can each look at the town he is traveling to." This idea pleased the Osaka frog so much that he at once jumped up and put his front paws on the shoulders of his friend, who had risen also. There they both stood, stretching themselves as high as they could, and holding each other tightly so that they might not fall down. The Kyoto frog turned his nose towards Osaka, and the Osaka frog turned his nose towards Kyoto. But the foolish things forgot that when they stood up, their great eyes lay in the backs of their heads, and that though their noses might point to the places to which they wanted to go, their eyes beheld the places from which they had come. "Dear me," cried the Osaka frog, "Kyoto is exactly like Osaka. It is certainly not worth such a long journey. I shall go home. If I had had any idea that Osaka was only a copy of Kyoto, I should never have traveled all this way," exclaimed the frog from Kyoto. And as he spoke, he took his hands from his friend's shoulders, and they both fell down on the grass. Then they took a polite farewell of each other and set off for home again. And to the end of their lives, they believed that Osaka and Kyoto, which are as different to look at as two towns can be, were as like as two peas. The Story of a Gazelle. Once upon a time, there lived a man who wasted all his money and grew so poor that his only food was a few grains of corn, which he scratched like a fowl from out of a dust heap. One day, he was scratching, as usual, among a dust heap in the street, hoping to find something for breakfast, when his eye fell upon a small silver coin called an eighth, which he greedily snatched up Now can have a proper meal, he thought. And after drinking some water at a well, he lay down and slept so long that it was sunrise before he woke again. Then he jumped up and returned to the dust heap. For who knows, he said to himself, whether I may not have some good luck again. As he was walking down the road, he saw a man coming towards him, carrying a cage made of twigs. "Hi, you fellow," called he. "What have you got inside there?" "Gazelles," replied the man. "Bring them here, for I should like to see them." As he spoke, some men who were standing by began to laugh, saying to the man with the cage, "You had better take care how you bargain with him, for he has nothing at all except what he picks up from a dust heap. And if he can't feed himself, will he be able to feed a gazelle?" But the man with the cage made answer, "Since I started from my home in the country, 50 people at the least have called me to show them my gazelles, and was there one among them who cared to buy? It is the custom for a trader in merchandise to be summoned hither and thither, and who knows where one may find a buyer." And he took up his cage and went towards the scratcher of dust heaps, and the men went with him. "What do you ask for your gazelles?" said the beggar. "Will you let me have one for an eighth?" And the man with the cage took out a gazelle and held it out, saying, "Take this one, master." And the beggar took it and carried it to the dust heap, where he scratched carefully till he found a few grains of corn, which he divided with his gazelle. This he did night and morning, till 5 days went by. Then, as he slept, the gazelle woke him, saying, "Master." And the man answered, "How is it that I see a wonder?" "What wonder?" asked the gazelle. "Why, that you, a gazelle, should be able to speak. For, from the beginning, my father and mother, and all the people that are in the world, have never told me of a talking gazelle." "Never mind that," said the gazelle, "but listen to what I say. First, I took you for my master. Second, you gave for me all you had in the world. I cannot run away from you, but give me, I pray you, leave to go every morning and seek food for myself. And every evening I will come back to you. What you find in the dust heaps is not enough for both of us." "Go then," answered the master. And the gazelle went. When the sun had set, the gazelle came back, and the poor man was very glad. And they lay down and slept side by side. In the morning, it said to him, "I am going away to feed." And the man replied, "Go, my son." But he felt very lonely without his gazelle, and set out sooner than usual for the dust heap, where he generally found most corn. and glad he was when the evening came, and he could return home. He lay on the grass chewing tobacco when the gazelle trotted up. "Good evening, my master. How have you fared all day?" "I have been resting in the shade in a place where there is sweet grass when I am hungry, and fresh water when I am thirsty, and a soft breeze to fan me in the heat. It is far away in the forest, and no one knows of it but me, and tomorrow I shall go again." So, for 5 days, the gazelle set off at daybreak for this cool spot. But on the 5th day, it came to a place where the grass was bitter, and it did not like it, and scratched, hoping to tear away the bad blades. But instead, it saw something lying in the earth, which turned out to be a diamond, very large and bright. "Oh, ho," said the gazelle to itself. "Perhaps now I can do something for my master, who bought me with all the money he had. But I must be careful, or they will say he has stolen it. I had better take it myself to some great rich man, and see what it will do for me." Directly the gazelle had come to this conclusion, it picked up the diamond in its mouth, and went on and on and on through the forest, but found no place where a rich man was likely to dwell. For 2 more days it ran, from dawn to dark, till at last, early one morning, it caught sight of a large town, which gave it fresh courage. The people were standing about the streets, doing their marketing, when the gazelle bounded past, the diamond flashing as it ran. They called after it, but it took no notice till it reached the palace where the Sultan was sitting, enjoying the cool air. And the gazelle galloped up to him and laid the diamond at his feet. The Sultan looked first at the diamond and next at the gazelle. Then he ordered his attendants to bring cushions and a carpet, that the gazelle might rest itself after its long journey. And he likewise ordered milk to be brought, and rice, that it might eat and drink and be refreshed. And when the gazelle was rested, the Sultan said to it, "Give me the news you have come with." And the gazelle answered, "I am come with this diamond, which is a pledge from my master, the Sultan Darai. He has heard you have a daughter, and sends you this small token, and begs you will give her to him to wife." And the Sultan said, "I am content. The wife is his wife, the family is his family, the slave is his slave. Let him come to me empty-handed. I am content." When the Sultan had ended, the gazelle rose and said, "Master, farewell. I go back to our town, and in 8 days, or it may be in 11 days, we shall arrive as your guests." And the Sultan answered, "So let it be." All this time, the poor man far away had been mourning and weeping for his gazelle, which he thought had run away from him forever. And when it came in at the door, he rushed to embrace it with such joy that he would not allow it a chance to speak. "Be still, master, and don't cry," said the gazelle at last. "Let us sleep now, and in the morning, when I go, follow me." With the first ray of dawn, they got up and went into the forest. And on the 5th day, as they were resting near a stream, the gazelle gave its master a sound beating, and then bade him stay where he was till it returned. And the gazelle ran off, and about 10 o'clock it came near the Sultan's palace, where the road was all lined with soldiers who were there to do honor to Sultan Darai. And directly they caught sight of the gazelle. In the distance, one of the soldiers ran on and said, "Sultan Darai is coming. I have seen the gazelle." Then the Sultan rose up and called his whole court to follow him, and went out to meet the gazelle, who, bounding up to him, gave him greeting. The Sultan answered politely, and inquired where it had left its master, whom it had promised to bring back. "Alas," replied the gazelle, "he is lying in the forest, for on our way here we were met by robbers, who, after beating and robbing him, took away all his clothes, and he is now hiding under a bush, lest a passing stranger might see him." The Sultan, on hearing what had happened to his future son-in-law, turned his horse and rode to the palace, and bade a groom to harness the best horse in the stable, and order a woman slave to bring a bag of clothes, such as a man might want, out of the chest. And he chose out a tunic and a turban and a sash for the waist, and fetched himself a gold-hilted sword, and a dagger, and a pair of sandals, and a stick of sweet-smelling wood. "Now," said he to the gazelle, "take these things with the soldiers to the Sultan, that he may be able to come." And the gazelle answered, "Can I take those soldiers to go and put my master to shame, as he lies there naked? I am enough by myself, my lord." "How will you be enough," asked the Sultan, "to manage this horse and all these clothes?" "Oh, that is easily done," replied the gazelle. "Fasten the horse to my neck, and tie the clothes to the back of the horse, and be sure they are fixed firmly, as I shall go faster than he does." Everything was carried out as the gazelle had ordered, and when all was ready, it said to the Sultan, "Farewell, my lord, I am going." "Farewell, gazelle," answered the Sultan. "When shall we see you again?" "Tomorrow, about 5, replied the gazelle, and giving a tug to the horse's rein, they set off at a gallop. The Sultan watched them till they were out of sight. Then he said to his attendants, "That gazelle comes from gentle hands, from the house of a sultan. And that is what makes it so different from other gazelles." And in the eyes of the Sultan, the gazelle became a person of consequence. Meanwhile, the gazelle ran on till it came to the place where its master was seated, and his heart laughed when he saw the gazelle. And the gazelle said to him, "Get up, my master, and bathe in the stream." And when the man had bathed, it said again, "Now rub yourself well with earth, and rub your teeth well with sand, to make them bright and shining." And when this was done, it said, "The sun has gone down behind the hills. It is time for us to go." So it went and brought the clothes from the back of the horse, and the man put them on and was well pleased. "Master," said the gazelle when the man was ready, "be sure that where we are going, you keep silence, except for giving greetings and asking for news. Leave all the talking to me. I have provided you with a wife, and have made her presents of clothes and turbans and rare and precious things, so it is needless for you to speak." "Very good. I will be silent," replied the man as he mounted the horse. "You have given all this. It is you who are the master, and I who am the slave, and I will obey you in all things." So they went their way, and they went and went till the gazelle saw in the distance the palace of the Sultan. Then it said, "Master, that is the house we are going to. And you are not a poor man any longer. Even your name is new, Jaya." "What is my name, eh, my father?" asked the man. "Sultan Darai," said the gazelle. Very soon, some soldiers came to meet them, while others ran off to tell the Sultan of their approach. And the Sultan set off at once, and the viziers, and the emirs, and the judges, and the rich men of the city all followed him. Directly the gazelle saw them coming, it said to its master, "Your father-in-law is coming to meet you. That is he in the middle, wearing a mantle of sky blue. Get off your horse and go to greet him." And Sultan Darai leapt from his horse, and so did the other sultan, and they gave their hands to one another and kissed each other, and went together into the palace. The next morning, the gazelle went to the rooms of the Sultan, and said to him, "My lord, we want you to marry us our wife, for the soul of Sultan Darai is eager, Ton. The wife is ready, so call the priest," answered he. And when the ceremony was over, a cannon was fired, and music was played, and within the palace there was feasting. "Master," said the gazelle the following morning, "I am setting out on a journey, and I shall not be back for 7 days, and perhaps not then. But be careful not to leave the house till I come." And the master answered, "I will not leave the house." And it went to the Sultan of the country, and said to him, "My lord, Sultan Dare has sent me to his town to get the house in order. It will take me 7 days, and if I am not back in 7 days, he will not leave the palace till I return." "Very good," said the Sultan. And it went through the forest and wilderness till it arrived at a town full of fine houses. At the end of the chief road was a great house, beautiful exceedingly, built of sapphire and turquoise and marbles. "That," thought the gazelle, "is the house for my master, and I will call up my courage and go and look at the people who are in it, if any people there are. For in this town have I as yet seen no people. If I die, I die, and if I live, I live. Here can I think of no plan. So if anything is to kill me, it will kill me." Then it knocked twice at the door and cried, "Open!" But no one answered. And it cried again, and a voice replied, "Who are you that are crying, 'Open'?" And the gazelle said, "It is I, great mistress, your grandchild." "If you are my grandchild," returned the voice, "go back whence you came. Don't come and die here, and bring me to my death as well. Open, mistress, I entreat. I have something to say to you." "Grandchild," replied she, "I fear to put your life in danger, and my own too." "Oh, mistress, my life will not be lost, nor yours either. Open, I pray you." So she opened the door. "What is the news where you come from, my grandson?" asked she. "Great lady, where I come from, it is well, and with you it is well. Ah, my son, here it is not well at all. If you seek a way to die, or if you have not yet seen death, then is today the day for you to know what dying is. If I am to know it, I shall know it," replied the gazelle. "But tell me, who is the lord of this house?" And she said, "Ah, father, in this house is much wealth, and much people, and much food, and many horses, and the lord of it all is an exceeding great and wonderful snake." "Oh," cried the gazelle when he heard this, "tell me how I can get at the snake to kill him." "My son," returned the old woman, "do not say words like these. You risk both our lives. He has put me here all by myself, and I have to cook his food. When the great snake is coming, there springs up a wind and blows the dust about, and this goes on till the great snake glides into the courtyard and calls for his dinner, which must always be ready for him in those big pots. He eats till he has had enough, and then drinks a whole tank full of water. After that, he goes away. Every second day he comes when the sun is over the house, and he has 7 heads. How then can you be a match for him, my son?" "Mind your own business, mother," answered the gazelle, and don't mind other people's. Has this snake a sword?" "He has a sword, and a sharp one too. It cuts like a dash of lightning." "Give it to me, mother," said the gazelle, and she unhooked the sword from the wall, as she was bidden. "You must be quick," she said, "for he may be here at any moment. Hark! Is not that the wind rising? He has come." They were silent, but the old woman peeped from behind a curtain and saw the snake busy at the pots which she had placed ready for him in the courtyard. And after he had done eating and drinking, he came to the door. "You old body," he cried. "What smell is that I smell inside that is not the smell of every day?" "Oh, master," answered she, "I am alone, as I always am. But today, after many days, I have sprinkled fresh scent all over me, and it is that which you smell." "What else could it be, master?" All this time, the gazelle had been standing close to the door, holding the sword in one of its front paws. And as the snake put one of his heads through the hole that he had made so as to get in and out comfortably, it cut it of so clean that the snake really did not feel it. The second blow was not quite so straight, for the snake said to himself, "Who is that who is trying to scratch me?" and stretched out his third head to see. But no sooner was the neck through the hole than the head went rolling to join the rest. When 6 of his heads were gone, the snake lashed his tail with such fury that the gazelle and the old woman could not see each other for the dust he made. And the gazelle said to him, "You have climbed all sorts of trees, but this you can't climb." And as the 7th head came darting through it, went rolling to join the rest. Then the sword fell rattling on the ground, for the gazelle had fainted. The old woman shrieked with delight when she saw her enemy was dead, and ran to bring water to the gazelle, and fanned it, and put it where the wind could blow on it, till it grew better and gave a sneeze. And the heart of the old woman was glad, and she gave it more water, till by and by the gazelle got up. "Show me this house," it said, "from beginning to end, from top to bottom, from inside to out." So she arose and showed the gazelle rooms full of gold and precious things, and other rooms full of slaves. "They are all yours, goods and slaves," said she. But the gazelle answered, "You must keep them safe till I call my master." For 2 days it lay and rested in the house, and fed on milk and rice. And on the 3rd day it bade the old woman farewell, and started back to its master. And when he heard that the gazelle was at the door, he felt like a man who has found the time when all prayers are granted, and he rose and kissed it, saying, "My father, you have been a long time. You have left sorrow with me. I cannot eat, I cannot drink, I cannot laugh. My heart felt no smile at anything because of thinking of you." And the gazelle answered, "I am well, and where I come from, it is well. And I wish that after 4 days you would take your wife and go home." And he said, "It is for you to speak. Where you go, I will follow. Then I shall go to your father-in-law and tell him this news. Go, my son." So the gazelle went to the father-in-law and said, "I am sent by my master to come and tell you that after 4 days he will go away with his wife to his own home." Must he really go so quickly? We have not yet sat much together, I and Sultan Darai, nor have we yet talked much together, nor have we yet ridden out together, nor have we eaten together. Yet it is 14 days since he came." But the gazelle replied, "My lord, you cannot help it, for he wishes to go home, and nothing will stop him." "Very good," said the Sultan, and he called all the people who were in the town, and commanded that the day his daughter left the palace, ladies and guards were to attend her on her way. And at the end of 4 days, a great company of ladies and slaves and horses went forth to escort the wife of Sultan Darai to her new home. They rode all day, and when the sun sank behind the hills, they rested, and ate of the food the gazelle gave them, and lay down to sleep. And they journeyed on for many days, and they all, nobles and slaves, loved the gazelle with a great love, more than they loved the Sultan Darai. At last, one day, signs of houses appeared, far, far off. And those who saw cried out, "Gazelle!" And it answered, "Ah, my mistresses, that is the house of Sultan Darai." At this news, the women rejoiced much, and the slaves rejoiced much. And in the space of 2 hours, they came to the gates, and the gazelle bade them all stay behind. And it went on to the house with Sultan Darai. When the old woman saw them coming through the courtyard, she jumped and shouted for joy. And as the gazelle drew near, she seized it in her arms and kissed it. The gazelle did not like this, and said to her, "Old woman, leave me alone. The one to be carried is my master, and the one to be kissed is my master." And she answered, "Forgive me, my son. I did not know this was our master." And she threw open all the doors so that the master might see everything that the rooms and storehouses contained. Sultan Darai looked about him, and at length he said, "Unfasten those horses that are tied up, and let loose those people that are bound, and let some sweep, and some spread the beds, and some cook, and some draw water, and some come out and receive the mistress. And when the sultana and her ladies and her slaves entered the house and saw the rich stuffs it was hung with, and the beautiful rice that was prepared for them to eat, they cried, "Ah, you gazelle, we have seen great houses, we have seen people, we have heard of things. But this house, and you, such as you are, we have never seen or heard of." After a few days, the ladies said they wished to go home again. The gazelle begged them hard to stay, but finding they would not, it brought many gifts, and gave some to the ladies and some to their slaves. And they all thought the gazelle greater 1,000 times than its master, Sultan Darai. The gazelle and its master remained in the house many weeks, and one day it said to the old woman, "I came with my master to this place, and I have done many things for my master, good things. Until today he has never asked me, 'Well, my gazelle, how did you get this house? Who is the owner of it? And this town, were there no people in it?' All good things I have done for the master, and he has not one day done me any good thing. But people say, if you want to do anyone good, don't do him good only, do him evil also, and there will be peace between you. So, mother, I have done. I want to see the favors I have done to my master, that he may do me the like." "Good," replied the old woman, and they went to bed. In the morning, when light came, the gazelle was sick in its stomach and feverish, and its legs ached. And it said, "Mother." And she answered, "Here, my son?" And it said, "Go and tell my master upstairs the gazelle is very ill." "Very good, my son. And if he should ask me, what is the matter? What am I to say? Tell him, all my body aches badly. I have no single part without pain." The old woman went upstairs, and she found the mistress and master sitting on a couch of marble, spread with soft cushions. And they asked her, "Well, old woman, what do you want?" "To tell the master the gazelle is ill," said she. "What is the matter?" asked the wife. "All its body pains. There is no part without pain." "Well, what can I do? Make some gruel of red millet and give to it." But his wife stared and said, "Oh, master, do you tell her to make the gazelle gruel out of red millet, which a horse would not eat? Master, that is not well." But he answered, "Oh, you are mad. Rice is only kept for people." Master, this is not like a gazelle. It is the apple of your eye. If sand got into that, it would trouble you. My wife, your tongue is long." And he left the room. The old woman saw she had spoken vainly, and went back weeping to the gazelle. And when the gazelle saw her, it said, "Mother, what is it? And why do you cry? If it be good, give me the answer. And if it be bad, give me the answer." But still, the old woman would not speak, and the gazelle prayed her to let it know the words of the master. At last, she said, "I went upstairs and found the mistress and the master sitting on a couch. And he asked me what I wanted. And I told him that you, his slave, were ill." And his wife asked what was the matter. And I told her that there was not a part of your body without pain. And the master told me to take some red millet and make you gruel. But the mistress said, Master, the gazelle is the apple of your eye. You have no child. This gazelle is like your child. So this gazelle is not one to be done evil to. This is a gazelle in form, but not a gazelle in heart. He is in all things better than a gentleman, be he who he may." And he answered her, "Silly chatterer, your words are many. I know its price. I bought it for an eighth. What loss will it be to me?" The gazelle kept silence for a few moments. Then it said, "The elders said, one that does good like a mother, and I have done him good. And I have got this that the elders said. But go up again to the master and tell him the gazelle is very ill, and it has not drunk the gruel of red millet." So the old woman returned and found the master and the mistress drinking coffee. And when he heard what the gazelle had said, he cried, "Hold your peace, old woman, and stay your feet, and close your eyes, and stop your ears with wax. And if the gazelle bids you come to me, say your legs are bent, and you cannot walk. And if it begs you to listen, say your ears are stopped with wax. And if it wishes to talk, reply that your tongue has got a hook in it." The heart of the old woman wept as she heard such words, because she saw that when the gazelle first came to that town, it was ready to sell its life to buy wealth for its master. Then it happened to get both life and wealth, but now it had no honor with its master. And tears sprung likewise to the eyes of the Sultan's wife, and she said, "I am sorry for you, my husband, that you should deal so wickedly with that gazelle." But he only answered, "Old woman, pay no heed to the talk of the mistress. Tell it to perish out of the way. I cannot sleep, I cannot eat, I cannot drink, for the worry of that gazelle. Shall a creature that I bought for an eighth trouble me from morning till night? Not so, old woman." The old woman went downstairs, and there lay the gazelle, blood flowing from its nostrils. And she took it in her arms and said, "My son, the good you did is lost. There remains only patience." And it said, "Mother, I shall die, for my soul is full of anger and bitterness. My face is ashamed that I should have done good to my master, and that he should repay me with evil." It paused for a moment, and then went on. "Mother, of the goods that are in this house, what do I eat? I might have every day half a basinful, and would my master be any the poorer? But did not the elders say, 'He that does good like a mother'? And it said, 'Go and tell my master that the gazelle is nearer death than life.' So she went and spoke as the gazelle had bidden her. But he answered, 'I have told you to trouble me no more.' But his wife's heart was sore, and she said to him, 'Ah, master, what has the gazelle done to you? How has he failed you? The things you do to him are not good, and you will draw on yourself the hatred of the people. For this gazelle is loved by all, by small and great, by women and men. Ah, my husband, I thought you had great wisdom, and you have not even a little.' But he answered, 'You are mad, my wife.' The old woman stayed no longer, and went back to the gazelle, followed secretly by the mistress, who called a maidservant, and bade her take some milk and rice, and cook it for the gazelle. 'Take also this cloth,' she said, 'to cover it with, and this pillow for its head. And if the gazelle wants more, let it ask Mita, and not its master. And if it will, I will send it in a litter to my father, and he will nurse it till it is well.' And the maidservant did as her mistress bade her, and said what her mistress had told her to say. But the gazelle made no answer, but turned over on its side, and died quietly. When the news spread abroad, there was much weeping among the people, and Sultan Darai arose in wrath, and cried, 'You weep for that gazelle, as if you wept for me. And after all, what is it but a gazelle that I bought for an eighth?' But his wife answered, 'Master, we looked upon that gazelle as we looked upon you. It was the gazelle who came to ask me of my father. It was the gazelle who brought me from my father. And I was given in charge to the gazelle by my father.' And when the people heard her, they lifted up their voices and spoke, 'We never saw you. We saw the gazelle. It was the gazelle who met with trouble here. It was the gazelle who met with rest here. So then, when such an one departs from this world, we weep for ourselves. We do not weep for the gazelle.' And they said, furthermore, 'The gazelle did you much good, and if anyone says he could have done more for you, he is a liar. Therefore, to us who have done you no good, what treatment will you give? The gazelle has died from bitterness of soul, and you ordered your slaves to throw it into the well. Ah, leave us alone that we may weep. But Sultan Darai would not heed their words, and the dead gazelle was thrown into the well. When the mistress heard of it, she sent 3 slaves, mounted on donkeys, with a letter to her father, the Sultan. And when the Sultan had read the letter, he bowed his head and wept, like a man who had lost his mother. And he commanded horses to be saddled, and called the governor and the judges and all the rich men, and said, "Come now with me, let us go and bury it." Night and day they traveled, till the Sultan came to the well where the gazelle had been thrown. And it was a large well, built round a rock, with room for many people. And the Sultan entered, and the judges and the rich men followed him. And when he saw the gazelle lying there, he wept afresh, and took it in his arms, and carried it away. When the 3 slaves went and told their mistress what the Sultan had done, and how all the people were weeping, she answered, "I too have eaten no food, neither have I drunk water, since the day the gazelle died. I have not spoken, and I have not laughed." So the Sultan took the gazelle and buried it, and ordered the people to wear mourning for it. So there was great mourning throughout the city. Now after the days of mourning were at an end, the wife was sleeping at her husband's side. And in her sleep she dreamed that she was once more in her father's house. And when she woke up, it was no dream. And the man dreamed that he was on the dust heap, scratching. And when he woke, behold, that also was no dream, but the truth. How a fish swam in the air, and a hare in the water. Once upon a time, an old man and his wife lived together in a little village. They might have been happy if only the old woman had had the sense to hold her tongue at proper times. But anything which might happen indoors, or any bit of news which her husband might bring in when he had been anywhere, had to be told at once to the whole village. And these tales were repeated and altered till it often happened that much mischief was made, and the old man's back paid for it. One day he drove to the forest. When he reached the edge of it, he got out of his cart and walked beside it. Suddenly he stepped on such a soft spot that his foot sank in the earth. "What can this be?" thought he. "I'll dig a bit and see." So he dug and dug, and at last he came on a little pint full of golden and silver. Oh, what luck! Now, if only I knew how I could take this treasure home with me. But I can never hope to hide it from my wife. And once she knows of it, she'll tell all the world, and then I shall get into trouble. He sat down and thought over the matter a long time, and at last he made a plan. He covered up the pot again with earth and twigs, and drove on into the town, where he bought a live pike and a live hare in the market. Then he drove back to the forest and hung the pike up at the very top of a tree, and tied up the hare in a fishing net and fastened it on the edge of a little stream, not troubling himself to think how unpleasant such a wet spot was likely to be to the hare. Then he got into his cart and trotted merrily home. "Wife," cried he, the moment he got indoors, "you can't think what a piece of good luck has come our way." What, dear husband? Do tell me all about it at once." No, you'll just go off and tell everyone." "No, indeed. How can you think such things? For shame. If you like, I will swear never to—" "Oh, well, if you are really in earnest, then listen." And he whispered in her ear, "I've found a pot full of gold and silver in the forest. Hush. And why didn't you bring it back? Because we'll drive there together and bring it carefully back between us." So the man and his wife drove to the forest. As they were driving along, the man said, "What strange things one hears, wife. I was told only the other day that fish will now live and thrive in the treetops, and that some wild animals spend their time in the water. Well, times are certainly changed." "Why, you must be crazy, husband. Dear, what nonsense people do talk sometimes." "Nonsense, indeed. Why, just look. Bless my soul, if there isn't a fish, a real pike, I do believe, up in that tree." "Gracious," cried his wife. "How did a pike get there? It is a pike. You needn't attempt to say it's not. Can people have said, 'True'?" But the man only shook his head and shrugged his shoulders and opened his mouth and gaped as if he really could not believe his own eyes. "What are you standing staring at there, stupid?" said his wife. "Climb up the tree quick and catch the pike, and we'll cook it for dinner." The man climbed up the tree and brought down the pike, and they drove on. When they got near the stream, he drew up. "What are you staring at again?" asked his wife impatiently. "Drive on, can't you?" "Why, I seem to see something moving in that net I set. I must just go and see what it is." He ran to it, and when he had looked in it, he called to his wife, "Just look. Here is actually a 4-footed creature caught in the net. I do believe it's a hare." "Good heavens," cried his wife. "How did the hare get into your net?" "It is a hare, so you needn't say it isn't. After all, people must have said the truth." But her husband only shook his head and shrugged his shoulders, as if he could not believe his own eyes. "Now what are you standing there for, stupid?" cried his wife. Take up the hare. A nice, fat hare is a dinner for a feast day." The old man caught up the hare, and they drove on to the place where the treasure was buried. They swept the twigs away, dug up the earth, took out the pot, and drove home again with it. And now the old couple had plenty of money and were cheery and comfortable. But the wife was very foolish. Every day she asked a lot of people to dinner and feasted them till her husband grew quite impatient. He tried to reason with her, but she would not listen. "You've got no right to lecture me," said she. "We found the treasure together, and together we will spend it." Her husband took patience, but at length he said to her, "You may do as you please, but I shan't give you another penny." The old woman was very angry. "Oh, what a good-for-nothing fellow to want to spend all the money himself. But just wait a bit and see what I shall do." Off she went to the governor to complain of her husband. "Oh, my lord, protect me from my husband. Ever since he found the treasure, there is no bearing him. He only eats and drinks and won't work, and he keeps all the money to himself." The governor took pity on the woman and ordered his chief secretary to look into the matter. The secretary called the elders of the village together and went with them to the man's house. "The governor," said he, "desires you to give all that treasure you found into my care." The man shrugged his shoulders and said, "What treasure? I know nothing about a treasure." "How? You know nothing? Why, your wife has complained of you. Don't attempt to tell lies. If you don't hand over all the money at once, you will be tried for daring to raise treasure without giving due notice to the governor about it. Pardon me, your excellency, but what sort of treasure was it supposed to have been? My wife must have dreamt of it, and you gentlemen have listened to her nonsense." "Nonsense, indeed," broke in his wife. "A kettle full of gold and silver? Do you call that nonsense? You are not in your right mind, dear wife. Sir, I beg your pardon. Ask her how it all happened, and if she convinces you, I'll pay for it with my life." "This is how it all happened, Mr. Secretary," cried the wife. "We were driving through the forest, and we saw a pike up in the top of a tree." "What? A pike?" shouted the secretary. "Do you think you may joke with me, pray?" "Indeed, I'm not joking, Mr. Secretary. I'm speaking the bare truth. Now you see, gentlemen," said her husband, "how far you can trust her when she chatters like this." "Chatter, indeed. Aye, perhaps you have forgotten, too, how we found a live hare in the river." Everyone roared with laughter. Even the secretary smiled and stroked his beard. And the man said, "Come, come, wife, everyone is laughing at you. You see for yourself, gentlemen, how far you can believe her." "Yes, indeed," said the village elders. it is certainly the first time we have heard that hares thrive in the water or fish among the treetops. The secretary could make nothing of it all and drove back to the town. The old woman was so laughed at that she had to hold her tongue and obey her husband ever after. And the man bought wares with part of the treasure and moved into the town, where he opened a shop and prospered and spent the rest of his days in peace. 2. In a sack. What a life that poor man led with his wife, to be sure. Not a day passed without her scolding him and calling him names. And indeed, sometimes she would take the broom from behind the stove and beat him with it. He had no peace or comfort at all, and really hardly knew how to bear it. One day, when his wife had been particularly unkind and had beaten him black and blue, he strolled slowly into the fields, and as he could not endure to be idle, he spread out his nets. What kind of bird do you think he caught in his net? He caught a crane, and the crane said, "Let me go free, and I'll show myself grateful." The man answered, "No, my dear fellow, I shall take you home, and then perhaps my wife won't scold me so much." Said the crane, "You had better come with me to my house." And so they went to the crane's house. When they got there, what do you think the crane took from the wall? He took down a sack, and he said, "Two out of a sack." Instantly, two pretty lads sprang out of the sack. They brought in oak tables, which they spread with silken covers, and placed all sorts of delicious dishes and refreshing drinks on them. The man had never seen anything so beautiful in his life, and he was delighted. Then the crane said to him, "Now take this sack to your wife." The man thanked him warmly, took the sack, and set out. His home was a good long way off, and as it was growing dark, and he was feeling tired, he stopped to rest at his cousin's house by the way. The cousin had 3 daughters, who laid out a tempting supper. But the man would eat nothing, and said to his cousin, "Your supper is bad." "Oh, make the best of it," said she. But the man only said, "Clear away." And taking out his sack, he cried as the crane had taught him, "Two out of the sack." And out came the 2 pretty boys, who quickly brought in the oak tables, spread the silken covers, and laid out all sorts of delicious dishes and refreshing drinks. Never in their lives had the cousin and her daughters seen such a supper, and they were delighted and astonished at it. But the cousin quietly made up her mind to steal the sack. So she called to her daughters, "Go quickly and heat the bathroom. I am sure our dear guest would like to have a bath before he goes to bed." When the man was safe in the bathroom, She told her daughters to make a sack exactly like his, as quickly as possible. Then she changed the 2 sacks and hid the man's sack away. The man enjoyed his bath, slept soundly, and set off early next morning, taking what he believed to be the sack the crane had given him. All the way home, he felt in such good spirits that he sang and whistled as he walked through the wood, and never noticed how the birds were twittering and laughing at him. As soon as he saw his house, he began to shout from a distance, "Hello, old woman! Come out and meet me." His wife screamed back, "You come here, and I'll give you a good thrashing with the poker." The man walked into the house, hung his sack on a nail, and said, as the crane had taught him, "2 out of the sack." But not a soul came out of the sack. Then he said again, exactly as the crane had taught him, "2 out of the sack." His wife, hearing him chattering goodness knows what, took up her wet broom and swept the ground all about him. The man took flight and rushed off into the field. And there he found the crane marching proudly about. And to him he told his tale. "Come back to my house," said the crane. And so they went to the crane's house. And as soon as they got there, what did the crane take down from the wall? Why, he took down a sack, and he said, "2 out of the sack." And instantly 2 pretty lads sprang out of the sack, brought in oak tables, on which they laid silken covers, and spread all sorts of delicious dishes and refreshing drinks on them. "Take this sack," said the crane. The man thanked him heartily, took the sack, and went. He had a long way to walk, and as he presently got hungry, he said to the sack, as the crane had taught him, "2 out of the sack." And instantly 2 rough men with thick sticks crept out of the bag and began to beat him well, crying as they did so, "Don't boast to your cousins of what you have got, 1, 2, or you'll find you will catch it uncommonly hot, 1, 2. And they beat on till the man panted out, "2 into the sack." The words were hardly out of his mouth when the 2 crept back into the sack. Then the man shouldered the sack and went off straight to his cousin's house. He hung the sack up on a nail and said, "Please have the bathroom heated, cousin." The cousin heated the bathroom, and the man went into it, but he neither washed nor rubbed himself. He just sat there and waited. Meantime, his cousin felt hungry, so she called her daughters, and all 4 sat down to table. Then the mother said, "2 out of the sack." Instantly, 2 rough men crept out of the sack and began to beat the cousin as they cried, "Greedy pack, thievish pack, 1, 2, give the peasant back his sack. 1, 2, and they went on beating, till the woman called to her eldest daughter, "Go and fetch your cousin from the bathroom. Tell him these 2 ruffians are beating me black and blue." "I've not finished rubbing myself yet," said the peasant. And the 2 ruffians kept on beating as they sang, "Greedy pack, thievish pack, 1, 2. Give the peasant back his sack, 1, 2. Then the woman sent her second daughter and said, "Quick, quick, get him to come to me." "I'm just washing my head," said the man. Then she sent the youngest girl, and he said, "I've not done drying myself." At last the woman could hold out no longer, and sent him the sack she had stolen. Now he had quite finished his bath, and as he left the bathroom, he cried, "2 into the sack," and the 2 crept back at once into the sack. Then the man took both sacks, the good and the bad one, and went away home. When he was near the house, he shouted, "Hello, old woman, come and meet me." His wife only screamed out, "You broomstick, come here, your back shall pay for this." The man went into the cottage, hung his sack on a nail, and said, as the crane had taught him, "2 out of the sack." Instantly, 2 pretty lads sprang out of the sack, brought in oak tables, laid silken covers on them, and spread them with all sorts of delicious dishes and refreshing drinks. The woman ate and drank, and praised her husband. "Well now, old man, I won't beat you any more," said she. When they had done eating, the man carried off the good sack and put it away in his storeroom, but hung the bad sack up on the nail. Then he lounged up and down in the yard. Meantime, his wife became thirsty. She looked with longing eyes at the sack, and at last she said, as her husband had done, "2 out of the sack." And at once the 2 rogues with their big sticks crept out of the sack and began to belabor her as they sang, "Would you beat your husband true? Don't cry so. Now we'll beat you black and blue. Oh, oh." The woman screamed out, old man, come here, quick. Here are 2 ruffians pommeling me fit to break my bones." Her husband only strolled up and down and laughed as he said, "Yes, they'll beat you well, old lady." And the 2 thumped away and sang again, "Blows will hurt, remember, crone. We mean you well, we mean you well. In future, leave the stick alone, for how it hurts, you now can tell. 1, 2. At last, her husband took pity on her and cried, "2 into the sack." He had hardly said the words before they were back in the sack again. From this time, the man and his wife lived so happily together that it was a pleasure to see them. and so the story has an end. The Envious Neighbor. Long, long ago, an old couple lived in a village, and as they had no children to love and care for, they gave all their affection to a little dog. He was a pretty little creature, and instead of growing spoilt and disagreeable at not getting everything he wanted, as even children will do sometimes, the dog was grateful to them for their kindness and never left their side, whether they were in the house or out of it. One day, the old man was working in his garden with his dog, as usual, close by. The morning was hot, and at last he put down his spade and wiped his wet forehead, noticing, as he did so, that the animal was snuffling and scratching at a spot a little way off. There was nothing very strange in this, as all dogs are fond of scratching, and he went on quietly with his digging, when the dog ran up to his master, barking loudly, and back again to the place where he had been scratching. This he did several times, till the old man wondered what could be the matter, and picking up the spade, followed where the dog led him. The dog was so delighted at his success that he jumped round, barking loudly, till the noise brought the old woman out of the house. Curious to know if the dog had really found anything, the husband began to dig, and very soon the spade struck against something. He stooped down and pulled out a large box, filled quite full with shining gold pieces. The box was so heavy that the old woman had to help to carry it home, and you may guess what a supper the dog had that night. Now that he had made them rich, they gave him every day all that a dog likes best to eat, and the cushions on which he lay were fit for a prince. The story of the dog and his treasure soon became known, and a neighbor whose garden was next to the old people's grew so envious of their good luck that he could neither eat nor sleep, as the dog had discovered a treasure once. This foolish man thought he must be able to discover one always, and begged the old couple to lend him their pet for a little while, so that he might be made rich also. "How can you ask such a thing?" answered the old man indignantly. "You know how much we love him, and that he is never out of our sight for 5 minutes." But the envious neighbor would not heed his words, and came daily with the same request, till at last the old people, who could not bear to say no to anyone, promised to lend the dog just for a night or two. No sooner did the man get hold of the dog than he turned him into the garden. But the dog did nothing but race about, and the man was forced to wait with what patience he could. The next morning, the man opened the house door, and the dog bounded joyfully into the garden, and running up to the foot of a tree, began to scratch wildly. The man called loudly to his wife to bring a spade, and followed the dog, as he longed to catch the first glimpse of the expected treasure. But when he had dug up the ground, what did he find? Why, nothing but a parcel of old bones, which smelt so badly that he could not stay there a moment longer. And his heart was filled with rage against the dog who had played him this trick. And he seized a pickaxe and killed it on the spot before he knew what he was doing. When he remembered that he would have to go with his story to the old man and his wife, he was rather frightened, but there was nothing to be gained by putting it off. So he pulled a very long face and went to his neighbor's garden. "Your dog," said he, pretending to weep, "has suddenly fallen down dead, though I took every care of him and gave him everything he could wish for. And I thought I had better come straight and tell you." Weeping bitterly, the old man went to fetch the body of his favorite and brought it home and buried it under the fig tree where he had found the treasure. From morning till night, he and his wife mourned over their loss, and nothing could comfort them. At length, one night when he was asleep, he dreamt that the dog appeared to him and told him to cut down the fig tree over his grave and out of its wood to make a mortar. But when the old man woke and thought of his dream, he did not feel at all inclined to cut down the tree, which bore well every year, and consulted his wife about it. The woman did not hesitate a moment, and said that after what had happened before, the dog's advice must certainly be obeyed. So the tree was felled, and a beautiful mortar made from it. And when the season came for the rice crop to be gathered, the mortar was taken down from its shelf, and the grains placed in it for pounding. When lo and behold, in a twinkling of an eye, they all turned into gold pieces. At the sight of all this gold, the hearts of the old people were glad, and once more they blessed their faithful dog. But it was not long before this story also came to the ears of their envious neighbor, and he lost no time in going to the old people and asking if they happened to have a mortar which they could lend him. The old man did not at all like parting with his precious treasure, but he never could say no. So the neighbor went off with the mortar under his arm. The moment he got into his own house, he took a great handful of rice and began to shell off the husks with the help of his wife. But instead of the gold pieces for which they looked, the rice turned into berries with such a horrible smell that they were obliged to run away. After smashing the mortar in a rage and setting fire to the bits, the old people next door were naturally very much put out when they learned the fate of their mortar, and were not at all comforted by the explanations and excuses made by their neighbor. But that night, the dog again appeared in a dream to his master, and told him that he must go and collect the ashes of the burnt mortar and bring them home. Then, when he heard that the daimyo, or great lord to whom this part of the country belonged, was expected at the capital, he was to carry the ashes to the high road through which the procession would have to pass. And as soon as it was in sight, he was to climb up all the cherry trees and sprinkle the ashes on them, and they would soon blossom as they had never blossomed before. This time, the old man did not wait to consult his wife as to whether he was to do what his dog had told him. But directly he got up, he went to his neighbor's house and collected the ashes of the burnt mortar. He put them carefully in a china vase and carried it to the high road, sitting down on a seat till the daimyo should pass. The cherry trees were bare, for it was the season when small pots of them were sold to rich people, who kept them in hot places, so that they might blossom early and decorate their rooms. As to the trees in the open air, no one would ever think of looking for the tiniest bud for more than a month yet. The old man had not been waiting very long before he saw a cloud of dust in the far distance, and knew that it must be the procession of the daimyo. On they came, every man dressed in his finest clothes, and the crowd that was lining the road bowed their faces to the ground as they went by. Only the old man did not bow himself. And the great lord saw this, and bade one of his courtiers, in anger, go and inquire why he had disobeyed the ancient customs. But before the messenger could reach him, the old man had climbed the nearest tree and scattered his ashes far and wide. And in an instant, the white flowers had flashed into life, and the heart of the daimyo rejoiced. And he gave rich presents to the old man, whom he sent for to his castle. We may be sure that in a very little while the envious neighbor had heard this also, and his bosom was filled with hate. He hastened to the place where he had burned the mortar, collected a few of the ashes which the old man had left behind, and took them to the road, hoping that his luck might be as good as the old man's, or perhaps even better. His heart beat with pleasure when he caught the first glimpses of the daimyo's train, and he held himself ready for the right moment. As the daimyo drew near, he flung a great handful of ashes over the trees, but no buds or flowers followed the action. Instead, the ashes were all blown back into the eyes of the daimyo and his warriors, till they cried out from pain. Then the prince ordered the evildoer to be seized and bound and thrown into prison, where he was kept for many months. By the time he was set free, everybody in his native village had found out his wickedness, and they would not let him live there any longer. And as he would not leave off his evil ways, he soon went from bad to worse, and came to a miserable end. The Fairy of the Dawn. Once upon a time, what should happen did happen. And if it had not happened, this tale would never have been told. There was once an emperor, very great and mighty, and he ruled over an empire so large that no one knew where it began and where it ended. But if nobody could tell the exact extent of his sovereignty, everybody was aware that the emperor's right eye laughed, while his left eye wept. One or two men of valor had the courage to go and ask him the reason of this strange fact, but he only laughed and said nothing. And the reason of the deadly enmity between his two eyes was a secret only known to the monarch himself. And all the while, the emperor's sons were growing up. And such sons, all three, like the morning stars in the sky. Florea, the eldest, was so tall and broad-shouldered that no man in the kingdom could approach him. Costan, the second, was quite different. Small of stature and slightly built, he had a strong arm and stronger wrist. Petru, the third and youngest, was tall and thin, more like a girl than a boy. He spoke very little, but laughed and sang and laughed from morning till night. He was very seldom serious, but then he had a way when he was thinking of stroking his hair over his forehead, which made him look old enough to sit in his father's council. "You are grown up, Florea," said Petru one day to his eldest brother. "Do go and ask, father, why one eye laughs and the other weeps." But Florea would not go. He had learnt by experience that this question always put the emperor in a rage. Petru next went to Costan, but did not succeed any better with him. Well, as everyone else is afraid, I suppose I must do it myself," observed Petru at length. No sooner said than done. The boy went straight to his father and put his question. "May you go blind," exclaimed the emperor in wrath. "What business is it of yours?" and boxed Petru's ears soundly. Petru returned to his brothers and told them what had befallen him. But not long after, it struck him that his father's left eye seemed to weep less, and the right to laugh more. "I wonder if it has anything to do with my question," thought he. "I'll try again. After all, what do two boxes on the ear matter?" So he put his question for the second time and had the same answer. But the left eye only wept now and then, while the right eye looked 10 years younger. "It really must be true," thought Petru. "Now I know what I have to do. I shall have to go on putting that question and getting boxes on the ear till both eyes laugh together." No sooner said than done. Petru never forswore himself. "Petru, my dear boy," cried the emperor, both his eyes laughing together. "I see you have got this on the brain. Well, I will let you into the secret. My right eye laughs when I look at my 3 sons and see how strong and handsome you all are. And the other eye weeps because I fear that after I die, you will not be able to keep the empire together and to protect it from its enemies. But if you can bring me water from the spring of the fairy of the dawn to bathe my eyes, then they will laugh forevermore, for I shall know that my sons are brave enough to overcome any foe. Thus spoke the emperor, and Petru picked up his hat and went to find his brothers. The 3 young men took counsel together and talked the subject well over, as brothers should do. And the end of it was that Florea, as the eldest, went to the stables, chose the best and handsomest horse they contained, saddled him, and took leave of the court. "I am starting at once," said he to his brothers, "and if after a year, a month, a week, and a day, I have not returned with the water from the spring of the fairy of the dawn, you, Costan, had better come after me." So saying, he disappeared round a corner of the palace. For 3 days and 3 nights, he never drew rein. Like a spirit, the horse flew over mountains and valleys, till he came to the borders of the empire. Here was a deep, deep trench that girdled it the whole way round, and there was only a single bridge by which the trench could be crossed. Florea made instantly for the bridge, and there pulled up to look around him once more, to take leave of his native land. Then he turned, but before him was standing a dragon. Oh, such a dragon! A dragon with 3 heads and 3 horrible faces, all with their mouths wide open, one jaw reaching to heaven and the other to earth. At this awful sight, Florea did not wait to give battle. He put spurs to his horse and dashed off, where he neither knew nor cared. The dragon heaved a sigh and vanished, without leaving a trace behind him. A week went by. Florea did not return home. 2 passed, and nothing was heard of him. After a month, Costan began to haunt the stables and to look out a horse for himself. And the moment the year, the month, the week, and the day were over, Costan mounted his horse and took leave of his youngest brother. "If I fail, then you come," said he, and followed the path that Florea had taken. The dragon on the bridge was more fearful, and his 3 heads more terrible than before, and the young hero rode away still faster than his brother had done. Nothing more was heard either of him or Florea, and Petru remained alone. "I must go after my brothers," said Petru one day to his father. "Go then," said his father, "and may you have better luck than they." And he bade farewell to Petru, who rode straight to the borders of the kingdom. The dragon on the bridge was yet more dreadful than the one Florea and Costin had seen, for this one had 7 heads instead of only 3. Petru stopped for a moment when he caught sight of this terrible creature. Then he found his voice. "Get out of the way!" cried he. "Get out of the way!" he repeated again, as the dragon did not move. "Get out of the way!" And with this last summons, he drew his sword and rushed upon him. In an instant, the heavens seemed to darken round him, and he was surrounded by fire. Fire to right of him, fire to left of him, fire to front of him, fire to rear of him. Nothing but fire, whichever way he looked, for the dragon's 7 heads were vomiting flame. The horse neighed and reared at the horrible sight, and Petru could not use the sword he had in readiness. "Be quiet. This won't do," he said, dismounting hastily, but holding the bridle firmly in his left hand and grasping his sword in his right. But even so, he got on no better, for he could see nothing but fire and smoke. "There is no help for it. I must go back and get a better horse," said he, and mounted again and rode homewards. At the gate of the palace, his nurse, old Birsha, was waiting for him eagerly. "Ah, Petru, my son, I knew you would have to come back," she cried. "You did not set about the matter properly." "How ought I to have set about it?" asked Petru, half angrily, half sadly. "Look here, my boy," replied old Birsha. "You can never reach the spring of the Fairy of the Dawn unless you ride the horse which your father, the Emperor, rode in his youth. Go and ask where it is to be found, and then mount it and be off with you." Petru thanked her heartily for her advice, and went at once to make inquiries about the horse. "By the light of my eyes," exclaimed the Emperor, when Petru had put his question. "Who has told you anything about that? It must have been that old witch of a Birsha. Have you lost your wits? 50 years have passed since I was young, and who knows where the bones of my horse may be rotting, or whether a scrap of his reins still lie in his stall? I have forgotten all about him long ago." Petru turned away in anger and went back to his old nurse. "Do not be cast down," she said with a smile. "If that is how the affair stands, all will go well. Go and fetch the scrap of the reins. I shall soon know what must be done." The place was full of saddles, bridles, and bits of leather. Petru picked out the oldest and blackest and most decayed pair of reins and brought them to the old woman, who murmured something over them and sprinkled them with incense and held them out to the young man. "Take the reins," said she, "and strike them violently against the pillars of the house." Petru did what he was told, and scarcely had the reins touched the pillars when something happened, how I have no idea, that made Petru stare with surprise. a horse stood before him, a horse whose equal in beauty the world had never seen, with a saddle on him of golul and precious stones, and with such a dazzling bridle you hardly dared to look at it, lest you should lose your sight. A splendid horse, a splendid saddle, and a splendid bridle, all ready for the splendid young prince. "Jump on the back of the brown horse," said the old woman, and she turned round and went into the house. The moment Petru was seated on the horse, he felt his arm 3 times as strong as before, and even his heart felt braver. "Sit firmly in the saddle, my lord, for we have a long way to go and no time to waste," said the brown horse, and Petru soon saw that they were riding as no man and horse had ever ridden before. On the bridge stood a dragon, but not the same one as he had tried to fight with, for this dragon had 12 heads, each more hideous and shooting forth more terrible flames than the other. But horrible though he was, he had met his match. Petru showed no fear, but rolled up his sleeves that his arms might be free. "Get out of the way," he said when he had done. But the dragon's heads only breathed forth more flames and smoke. Petru wasted no more words, but drew his sword and prepared to throw himself on the bridge. "Stop a moment. Be careful, my lord," put in the horse, "and be sure you do what I tell you. Dig your spurs in my body up to the rowel, draw your sword, and keep yourself ready, for we shall have to leap over both bridge and dragon. When you see that we are right above the dragon, cut off his biggest head, wipe the blood off the sword, and put it back clean in the sheath before we touch earth again." So Petru dug in his spurs, drew his sword, cut of the head, wiped the blood, and put the sword back in the sheath before the horse's hoofs touched the ground again. And in this fashion they passed the bridge. "But we have got to go further still," said Petru, after he had taken a farewell glance at his native land. "Yes, forwards," answered the horse. "But you must tell me, my lord, at what speed you wish to go, like the wind, like thought, like desire, or like a curse?" Petru looked about him, up at the heavens and down again to the earth. A desert lay spread out before him, whose aspect made his hair stand on end. "We will ride at different speeds," said he, "not so fast as to grow tired, nor so slow as to waste time." And so they rode, one day like the wind, the next like thought, the third and fourth like desire and like a curse, till they reached the borders of the desert. "Now walk, so that I may look about and see what I have never seen before," said Petru, rubbing his eyes like one who wakes from sleep, or like him who beholds something so strange that it seems as if before Petru lay a wood made of copper, with copper trees and copper leaves, with bushes and flowers of copper also. Petru stood and stared as a man does when he sees something that he has never seen, and of which he has never heard. Then he rode right into the wood. On each side of the way, the rows of flowers began to praise Petru, and to try and persuade him to pick some of them and make himself a wreath. "Take me, for I am lovely, and can give strength to whoever plucks me," said one. "No, take me, for whoever wears me in his hat will be loved by the most beautiful woman in the world," pleaded the second. And then, one after another, bestirred itself, each more charming than the last, all promising, in soft, sweet voices, wonderful things to Petru, if only he would pick them. Petru was not deaf to their persuasion, and was just stooping to pick one when the horse sprang to one side. "Why don't you stay still?" asked Petru roughly. "Do not pick the flowers. It will bring you bad luck," answered the horse. "Why should it do that? These flowers are under a curse. Whoever plucks them must fight the Welwa one of the woods." 1. A goblin. What kind of a goblin is the Welwa? Oh, do leave me in peace. But listen, look at the flowers as much as you like, but pick none. And the horse walked on slowly. Petru knew by experience that he would do well to attend to the horse's advice, so he made a great effort and tore his mind away from the flowers. But in vain. If a man is fated to be unlucky, unlucky he will be, whatever he may do. The flowers went on beseeching him, and his heart grew ever weaker and weaker. "What must come will come," said Petru at length. "At any rate, I shall see the Welwa of the woods, what she is like, and which way I had best fight her. If she is ordained to be the cause of my death, well, then it will be so. But if not, I shall conquer her, though she were 1,200 Welwas." And once more he stooped down to gather the flowers. "You have done very wrong," said the horse sadly. "But it can't be helped now. Get yourself ready for battle, for here is the Welwa." Hardly had he done speaking, scarcely had Petru twisted his wreath, when a soft breeze arose on all sides at once. Out of the breeze came a storm wind, and the storm wind swelled and swelled till everything around was blotted out in darkness, and darkness covered them as with a thick cloak, while the earth swayed and shook under their feet. "Are you afraid?" asked the horse, shaking his mane. "Not yet," replied Petru stoutly, though cold shivers were running down his back. What must come will come, whatever it is. Don't be afraid, said the horse. I will help you. Take the bridle from my neck and try to catch the Welwa with it. The words were hardly spoken, and Petru had no time even to unbuckle the bridle when the Welwa herself stood before him. And Petru could not bear to look at her. So horrible was she. She had not exactly a head, yet neither was she without one. She did not fly through the air, but neither did she walk upon the earth. She had a mane like a horse, horns like a deer, a face like a bear, eyes like a polecat, while her body had something of each. And that was the Welwa. Petru planted himself firmly in his stirrups and began to lay about him with his sword, but could feel nothing. A day and a night went by, and the fight was still undecided. But at last the Welwa began to pant for breath. Let us wait a little and rest, gasped she. Petru stopped and lowered his sword. You must not stop an instant, said the horse, and Petru gathered up all his strength and laid about him harder than ever. The Welwa gave a neigh like a horse and a howl like a wolf, and threw herself afresh on Petru. For another day and night, the battle raged more furiously than before, and Petru grew so exhausted he could scarcely move his arm. Let us wait a little and rest, cried the Welwa for the second time, for I see you are as weary as I am. You must not stop an instant, said the horse, and Petru went on fighting, though he barely had strength to move his arm. But the Welwa had ceased to throw herself upon him, and began to deliver her blows cautiously, as if she had no longer power to strike. And on the third day, they were still fighting. But as the morning sky began to redden, Petru somehow managed, how I cannot tell, to throw the bridle over the head of the tired Welwa. In a moment, from the Welwa sprang a horse, the most beautiful horse in the world. Sweet be your life, for you have delivered me from my enchantment, said he, and began to rub his nose against his brother's. And he told Petru all his story, and how he had been bewitched for many years. So Petru tied the Welwa to his own horse and rode on. Where did he ride? That I cannot tell you, but he rode on fast till he got out of the copper wood. Stay still, and let me look about, and see what I never have seen before, said Petru again to his horse, for in front of him stretched a forest that was far more wonderful, as it was made of glistening trees and shining flowers. It was the silver wood. As before, the flowers began to beg the young man to gather them. Do not pluck them, warned the Welwa, trotting beside him, for my brother is 7 times stronger than I. But though Petru knew by experience what this meant, it was no use, and after a moment's hesitation, he began to gather the flowers and to twist himself a wreath. Then the storm wind howled louder, the earth trembled more violently, and the night grew darker than the first time, and the Welwa of the silver wood came rushing on with 7 times the speed of the other. For 3 days and 3 nights they fought, but at last Petru cast the bridle over the head of the second Welwa. "Sweet be your life, for you have delivered me from enchantment," said the second Welwa, and they all journeyed on as before. But soon they came to a gold wood more lovely far than the other 2. And again Petru's companions pleaded with him to ride through it quickly and to leave the flowers alone. But Petru turned a deaf ear to all they said, and before he had woven his golden crown, he felt that something terrible that he could not see was coming near him right out of the earth. He drew his sword and made himself ready for the fight. "I will die," cried he, "or he shall have my bridle over his head." He had hardly said the words when a thick fog wrapped itself around him, and so thick was it that he could not see his own hand or hear the sound of his voice. For a day and a night he fought with his sword, without ever once seeing his enemy. Then suddenly the fog began to lighten. By dawn of the second day it had vanished altogether, and the sun shone brightly in the heavens. It seemed to Petru that he had been born again, and the Welwa, she had vanished. "You had better take breath now you can, for the fight will have to begin all over again," said the horse. "What was it?" asked Petru. "It was the Welwa," replied the horse, "changed into a fog. Listen, she is coming." And Petru had hardly drawn a long breath when he felt something approaching from the side, though what he could not tell. A river, yet not a river, for it seemed not to flow over the earth, but to go where it liked, and to leave no trace of its passage. "Woe be to me," cried Petru, frightened at last. "Beware, and never stand still," called the brown horse, and more he could not say, for the water was choking him. The battle began anew. For a day and a night Petru fought on, without knowing at whom or what he struck. At dawn on the second, he felt that both his feet were lame. "Now I am done for," thought he, and his blows fell thicker and harder in his desperation, and the sun came out, and the water disappeared, without his knowing how or when. "Take breath," said the horse, "for you have no time to lose. The Welwa will return in a moment." Petru made no reply, only wondered how, exhausted as he was, he should ever be able to carry on the fight. But he settled himself in his saddle, grasped his sword, and waited. And then something came to him. What, I cannot tell you. Perhaps, in his dreams, a man may see a creature which has what it has not got, and has not got what it has. At least, that was what the Welwa seemed like to Petru. She flew with her feet and walked with her wings. Her head was in her back and her tail was on top of her body. Her eyes were in her neck, and her neck in her forehead. And how to describe her further, I do not know. Petru felt for a moment as if he was wrapped in a garment of fear. Then he shook himself and took heart and fought as he had never yet fought before. As the day wore on, his strength began to fail, and when darkness fell, he could hardly keep his eyes open. By midnight, he knew he was no longer on his horse, but standing on the ground, though he could not have told how he got there. When the gray light of morning came, he was past standing on his feet, but fought now upon his knees. Make one more struggle. It is nearly over now, said the horse, seeing that Petru's strength was waning fast. Petru wiped the sweat from his brow with his gauntlet, and with a desperate effort rose to his feet. Strike the Welwa on the mouth with the bridle, said the horse, and Petru did it. The Welwa uttered a neigh so loud that Petru thought he would be deaf for life, and then, though she too was nearly spent, flung herself upon her enemy. But Petru was on the watch and threw the bridle over her head as she rushed on, so that when the day broke, there were 3 horses trotting beside him. May your wife be the most beautiful of women, said the Welwa, for you have delivered me from my enchantment. So the 4 horses galloped fast, and by nightfall they were at the borders of the golden forest. Then Petru began to think of the crowns that he wore, and what they had cost him. After all, what do I want with so many? I will keep the best, he said to himself, and taking off first the copper crown, and then the silver, he threw them away. Stay, cried the horse. Do not throw them away. Perhaps we shall find them of use. Get down and pick them up. So Petru got down and picked them up, and they all went on. In the evening, when the sun is getting low and all the midges are beginning to bite, Peter saw a wide heath stretching before him. At the same instant, the horse stood still of itself. What is the matter? Asked Petru. I am afraid that something evil will happen to us, answered the horse. But why should it? We are going to enter the kingdom of the goddess Mitwach, Tuzu, and the further we ride into it, the colder we shall get. But all along the road, There are huge bears, and I dread lest you should stop and warm yourself at them. 2. In German, Mittwoch, the feminine form of Mercury. And why should I not warm myself? Something fearful will happen to you if you do, replied the horse sadly. Well, forward, cried Petru lightly, and if I have to bear cold, I must bear it. With every step they went into the kingdom of Mittwoch. The air grew colder and more icy, till even the marrow in their bones was frozen. But Petru was no coward. The fight he had gone through had strengthened his powers of endurance, and he stood the test bravely. Along the road on each side were great fires, with men standing by them, who spoke pleasantly to Petru as he went by, and invited him to join them. The breath froze in his mouth, but he took no notice, only bade his horse ride on the faster. How long Petru may have waged battle silently with the cold, one cannot tell. For everybody knows that the kingdom of Mittwoch is not to be crossed in a day. But he struggled on, though the frozen rocks burst around, and though his teeth chattered, and even his eyelids were frozen. At length, they reached the dwelling of Mittwoch herself, and jumping from his horse, Petru threw the reins over his horse's neck and entered the hut. "Good day, little mother," said he. "Very well, thank you, my frozen friend." Petru laughed and waited for her to speak. "You have borne yourself bravely," went on the goddess, tapping him on the shoulder. "Now you shall have your reward." And she opened an iron chest, out of which she took a little box. "Look," said she. "This little box has been lying here for ages, waiting for the man who could win his way through the Ice Kingdom. Take it and treasure it, for someday it may help you if you open it. It will tell you anything you want and give you news of your fatherland." Petru thanked her gratefully for her gift, mounted his horse, and rode away. When he was some distance from the hut, he opened the casket. "What are your commands?" asked a voice inside. "Give me news of my father," he replied, rather nervously. "He is sitting in council with his nobles," answered the casket. "Is he well?" "Not particularly, for he is furiously angry." "What has angered him?" "Your brothers, Costan and Florea," replied the casket. "It seems to me they are trying to rule him and the kingdom as well. And the old man says they are not fit to do it." "Push on, good horse, for we have no time to lose," cried Petru. Then he shut up the box and put it in his pocket. They rushed on as fast as ghosts, as whirlwinds, as vampires when they hunt at midnight, and how long they rode no man can tell, for the way is far. "Stop," "I have some advice to give you," said the horse at last. "What is it?" asked Petru. "You have known what it is to suffer cold. You will have to endure heat, such as you have never dreamed of. Be as brave now as you were then. Let no one tempt you to try to cool yourself, or evil will befall you." "4 words," answered Petru. "Do not worry yourself. If I have escaped without being frozen, there is no chance of my melting. Why not? This is a heat that will melt the marrow in your bones, a heat that is only to be felt in the kingdom of the goddess of thunder." 3. In the German, Donnerstag, the day of the thunder god, i.e. Jupiter. And it was hot. The very iron of the horse's shoes began to melt, but Petru gave no heed. The sweat ran down his face, but he dried it with his gauntlet. What heat could be, he never knew before, and on the way, not a stone's throw from the road, lay the most delicious valleys, full of shady trees and bubbling streams. When Petru looked at them, his heart burned within him, and his mouth grew parched. And standing among the flowers were lovely maidens who called to him in soft voices, till he had to shut his eyes against their spells. "Come, my hero, come and rest. The heat will kill you," said they. Petru shook his head and said nothing, for he had lost the power of speech. Long he rode in this awful state, how long none can tell. Suddenly, the heat seemed to become less, and in the distance, he saw a little hut on a hill. This was the dwelling of the goddess of thunder. And when he drew rein at her door, the goddess herself came out to meet him. She welcomed him and kindly invited him in, and bade him tell her all his adventures. So Petru told her all that had happened to him, and why he was there, and then took farewell of her, as he had no time to lose. "For," he said, "who knows how far the fairy of the dawn may yet be? Stay for one moment, for I have a word of advice to give you. You are about to enter the kingdom of Venus, for go and tell her, as a message from me, that I hope she will not tempt you to delay. On your way back, come to me again, and I will give you something that may be of use to you." 4. Venere is Friday, and also Venus. So Petru mounted his horse, and had hardly ridden 3 steps when he found himself in a new country. Here it was neither hot nor cold, but the air was warm and soft like spring, though the way ran through a heath covered with sand and thistles. "What can that be?" asked Petru, when he saw a long, long way off, at the very end of the heath, something resembling a house. "That is the house of the goddess Venus," replied the horse. "And if we ride hard, we may reach it before dark." And he darted off like an arrow, so that as twilight fell, they found themselves nearing the house. Petru's heart leaped at the sight, for all the way along he had been followed by a crowd of shadowy figures who danced about him from right to left and from back to front. And Petru, though a brave man, felt now and then a thrill of fear. "They won't hurt you," said the horse. "They are just the daughters of the whirlwind, amusing themselves while they are waiting for the ogre of the moon." Then he stopped in front of the house, and Petru jumped off and went to the door. "Do not be in such a hurry," cried the horse. "There are several things I must tell you first. You cannot enter the house of the goddess Venus like that. She is always watched and guarded by the whirlwind." "What am I to do then?" "Take the copper wreath and go with it to that little hill over there. When you reach it, say to yourself, 'Were there ever such lovely maidens, such angels, such fairy souls?' Then hold the wreath high in the air and cry, 'Oh, if I knew whether anyone would accept this wreath from me. If I knew, if I knew,' and throw the wreath from you." "And why should I do all this?" said Petru. "Ask no questions, but go and do it," replied the horse. And Petru did. Scarcely had he flung away the copper wreath than the whirlwind flung himself upon it and tore it in pieces. Then Petru turned once more to the horse. "Stop!" cried the horse again. "I have other things to tell you. Take the silver wreath and knock at the windows of the goddess Venus. When she says, 'Who is there?' answer that you have come on foot and lost your way on the heath. She will then tell you to go your way back again, but take care not to stir from the spot. Instead, be sure you say to her, 'No, indeed I shall do nothing of the sort. As from my childhood I have heard stories of the beauty of the goddess Venus, and it was not for nothing that I had shoes made of leather with soles of steel, and have traveled for 9 years and 9 months, and have won in battle the silver wreath, which I hope you may allow me to give you, and have done and suffered everything to be where I now am. This is what you must say. What happens after is your affair." Petru asked no more, but went towards the house. By this time it was pitch dark, and there was only the ray of light that streamed through the windows to guide him. And at the sound of his footsteps, 2 dogs began to bark loudly. "Which of those dogs is barking? Is he tired of life?" asked the goddess Venus. "It is I, O goddess," replied Petru, rather timidly. "I have lost my way on the heath, and do not know where I am to sleep this night. Bah, "Where did you leave your horse?" asked the goddess sharply. Petru did not answer. He was not sure if he was to lie, or whether he had better tell the truth. "Go away, my son. There is no place for you here," replied she, drawing back from the window. Then Petru repeated hastily what the horse had told him to say, and no sooner had he done so than the goddess opened the window, and in gentle tones she asked him, "Let me see this wreath, my son." And Petru held it out to her. "Come into the house," went on the goddess. "Do not fear the dogs. They always know my will." And so they did, for as the young man passed, they wagged their tails to him. "Good evening," said Petru, as he entered the house, and seating himself near the fire, listened comfortably to whatever the goddess might choose to talk about, which was for the most part the wickedness of men, with whom she was evidently very angry. But Petru agreed with her in everything, as he had been taught, was only polite. But was anybody ever so old as she? I do not know why Petru devoured her so with his eyes, unless it was to count the wrinkles on her face. But if so, he would have had to live 7 lives, and each life 7 times the length of an ordinary one, before he could have reckoned them up. But Venus was joyful in her heart when she saw Petru's eyes fixed upon her. "Nothing was that is, and the world was not a world when I was born," said she. "When I grew up and the world came into being, everyone thought I was the most beautiful girl that ever was seen, though many hated me for it. But every 100 years there came a wrinkle on my face, and now I am old." Then she went on to tell Petru that she was the daughter of an emperor, and their nearest neighbor was the Fairy of the Dawn, with whom she had a violent quarrel. And with that, she broke out into loud abuse of her. Petru did not know what to do. He listened in silence for the most part, but now and then he would say, "Yes, yes, you must have been badly treated, just for politeness' sake." What more could he do? "I will give you a task to perform, for you are brave, and will carry it through," continued Venus, when she had talked a long time, and both of them were getting sleepy. "Close to the fairy's house is a well, and whoever drinks from it will blossom again like a rose. Bring me a flagon of it, and I will do anything to prove my gratitude. It is not easy. No one knows that better than I do. The kingdom is guarded on every side by wild beasts and horrible dragons, but I will tell you more about that. And I also have something to give you." Then she rose and lifted the lid of an iron-bound chest and took out of it a very tiny flute. "Do you see this?" she asked. "An old man gave it to me when I was young. Whoever listens to this flute goes to sleep, and nothing can wake him. Take it and play on it as long as you remain in the kingdom of the Fairy of the Dawn, and you will be safe." At this, Petru told her that he had another task to fulfill at the well of the Fairy of the Dawn. And Venus was still better pleased when she heard his tale. So Petru bade her good night, put the flute in its case, and laid himself down in the lowest chamber to sleep. Before the dawn, he was awake again, and his first care was to give to each of his horses as much corn as he could eat, and then to lead them to the well to water. Then he dressed himself and made ready to start. "Stop," cried Venus from her window. "I have still a piece of advice to give you. Leave one of your horses here, and only take 3. Ride slowly till you get to the fairies' kingdom. Then dismount and go on foot. When you return, see that all your 3 horses remain on the road while you walk. But above all, beware never to look the Fairy of the Dawn in the face, for she has eyes that will bewitch you, and glances that will befool you. She is hideous, more hideous than anything you can imagine, with owl's eyes, foxy face, and cat's claws. Do you hear? Do you hear? Be sure you never look at her." Petru thanked her and managed to get off at last. Far, far away, where the heavens touch the earth, where the stars kiss the flowers, a soft red light was seen, such as the sky sometimes has in spring, only lovelier, more wonderful. That light was behind the palace of the Fairy of the Dawn, and it took Petru 2 days and nights through flowery meadows to reach it. And besides, it was neither hot nor cold, bright nor dark, but something of them all, and Petru did not find the way a step too long. After some time, Petru saw something white rise up out of the red of the sky, and when he drew nearer, he saw it was a castle, and so splendid that his eyes were dazzled when they looked at it. He did not know there was such a beautiful castle in the world. But no time was to be lost, so he shook himself, jumped down from his horse, and leaving him on the dewy grass, began to play on his flute as he walked along. He had hardly gone many steps when he stumbled over a huge giant who had been lulled to sleep by the music. This was one of the guards of the castle. As he lay there on his back, he seemed so big that in spite of Petru's haste, he stopped to measure him. The further went Petru, the more strange and terrible were the sights he saw. Lions, tigers, dragons with 7 heads, all stretched out in the sun fast asleep. It is needless to say what the dragons were like. For nowadays, everyone knows, and dragons are not things to joke about. Petru ran through them like the wind. Was it haste or fear that spurred him on? At last he came to a river. But let nobody think for a moment that this river was like other rivers. Instead of water, there flowed milk, and the bottom was of precious stones and pearls, instead of sand and pebbles. And it ran neither fast nor slow, but both fast and slow together. And the river flowed round the castle, and on its banks slept lions with iron teeth and claws. And beyond were gardens such as only the fairy of the dawn can have, and on the flowers slept a fairy. All this saw Petru from the other side. But how was he to get over? To be sure, there was a bridge, but even if it had not been guarded by sleeping lions, it was plainly not meant for man to walk on. Who could tell what it was made of? It looked like soft little woolly clouds. So he stood thinking what was to be done, for get across he must. After a while, he determined to take the risk and strode back to the sleeping giant. "Wake up, my brave man," he cried, giving him a shake. The giant woke and stretched out his hand to pick up Petru, just as we should catch a fly. But Petru played on his flute, and the giant fell back again. Petru tried this 3 times, and when he was satisfied that the giant was really in his power, he took out a handkerchief, bound the 2 little fingers of the giant together, drew his sword, and cried for the 4th time, "Wake up, my brave man." When the giant saw the trick which had been played on him, he said to Petru, "Do you call this a fair fight? Fight according to rules, if you really are a hero." "I will, by and by, but first I want to ask you a question. Will you swear that you will carry me over the river if I fight honorably with you?" And the giant swore. When his hands were freed, the giant flung himself upon Petru, hoping to crush him by his weight. But he had met his match. It was not yesterday, nor the day before, that Petru had fought his first battle, and he bore himself bravely. For 3 days and 3 nights the battle raged, and sometimes one had the upper hand, and sometimes the other, till at length they both lay struggling on the ground. But Petru was on top, with the point of his sword at the giant's throat. "Let me go! Let me go!" shrieked he. "I own that I am beaten." "Will you take me over the river?" asked Petru. "I will," gasped the giant. "What shall I do to you if you break your word?" "Kill me any way you like, but let me live now." "Very well," said Petru, and he bound the giant's left hand to his right foot, tied one handkerchief round his mouth to prevent him crying out, and another round his eyes, and led him to the river. Once they had reached the bank, he stretched one leg over to the other side, and catching up Petru in the palm of his hand, set him down on the further shore. "That is all right," said Petru. Then he played a few notes on his flute, and the giant went to sleep again. Even the fairies, who had been bathing a little lower down, heard the music and fell asleep among the flowers on the bank. Petru saw them as he passed and thought, "If they are so beautiful, why should the fairy of the dawn be so ugly?" But he dared not linger and pushed on. And now he was in the wonderful gardens, which seemed more wonderful still than they had done from afar. But Petru could see no faded flowers, nor any birds, as he hastened through them to the castle. No one was there to bar his way, for all were asleep. Even the leaves had ceased to move. He passed through the courtyard and entered the castle itself. What he beheld there need not be told, for all the world knows that the palace of the Fairy of the Dawn is no ordinary place. Gold and precious stones were as common as wood with us, and the stables where the horses of the sun were kept were more splendid than the palace of the greatest emperor in the world. Petru went up the stairs and walked quickly through 48 rooms, hung with silken stuffs, and all empty. In the 49th, he found the Fairy of the Dawn herself. In the middle of this room, which was as large as a church, Petru saw the celebrated well that he had come so far to seek. It was a well just like other wells, and it seemed strange that the Fairy of the Dawn should have it in her own chamber. Yet anyone could tell it had been there for hundreds of years. And by the well slept the Fairy of the Dawn, the Fairy of the Dawn herself. And as Petru looked at her, the magic flute dropped by his side, and he held his breath. Near the well was a table, on which stood bread made with doe's milk, and a flagon of wine. It was the bread of strength and the wine of youth, and Petru longed for them. He looked once at the bread, and once at the wine, and then at the Fairy of the Dawn, still sleeping on her silken cushions. As he looked, a mist came over his senses. The fairy opened her eyes slowly and looked at Petru, who lost his head still further. But he just managed to remember his flute, and a few notes of it sent the fairy to sleep again, and he kissed her thrice. Then he stooped and laid his golden wreath upon her forehead, ate a piece of the bread, and drank a cupful of the wine of youth. And this he did 3 times over. Then he filled a flask with water from the well and vanished swiftly. As he passed through the garden, it seemed quite different from what it was before. The flowers were lovelier, the streams ran quicker, the sunbeams shone brighter, and the fairies seemed gayer. And all this had been caused by the 3 kisses Petru had given the fairy of the dawn. He passed everything safely by and was soon seated in his saddle again. Faster than the wind, faster than thought, faster than longing, faster than hatred, rode Petru. At length he dismounted, and leaving his horses at the roadside, went on foot to the house of Venus. The goddess Venus knew that he was coming, and went to meet him, bearing with her white bread and red wine. "Welcome back, my prince," said she. "Good day, and many thanks," replied the young man, holding out the flask containing the magic water. She received it with joy, and after a short rest, Petru set forth, for he had no time to lose. He stopped a few minutes, as he had promised, with the goddess of thunder, and was taking a hasty farewell of her when she called him back. "Stay, I have a warning to give you," said she. "Beware of your life. Make friends with no man. Do not ride fast, or let the water go out of your hand. Believe no one, and flee flattering tongues. Go, and take care, for the way is long, the world is bad, and you hold something very precious. But I will give you this cloth to help you. It is not much to look at, but it is enchanted, and whoever carries it will never be struck by lightning, pierced by a lance, or smitten with a sword, and the arrows will glance off his body." Petru thanked her and rode off, and taking out his treasure box, inquired how matters were going at home. Not well, it said. The emperor was blind altogether now, and Florea and Costan had besought him to give the government of the kingdom into their hands. But he would not, saying that he did not mean to resign the government till he had washed his eyes from the well of the Fairy of the Dawn. Then the brothers had gone to consult old Birsha, who told them that Petru was already on his way home bearing the water. They had set out to meet him, and would try to take the magic water from him, and then claim as their reward the government of the emperor. "You are lying!" cried Petru angrily, throwing the box on the ground, where it broke into 1,000 pieces. It was not long before he began to catch glimpses of his native land, and he drew rein near a bridge, the better to look at it. He was still gazing when he heard a sound in the distance, as if someone was calling, hit by his name. "You, Petru," it said. "On, on," cried the horse. "It will fare ill with you if you stop." "No, let us stop and see who and what it is," answered Petru, turning his horse round and coming face to face with his two brothers. He had forgotten the warning given him by the goddess of thunder, and when Costan and Florea drew near with soft and flattering words, he jumped straight off his horse and rushed to embrace them. He had 1,000 questions to ask and 1,000 things to tell. but his brown horse stood sadly hanging his head. "Petru, my dear brother," at length said Florea, "would it not be better if we carried the water for you? Someone might try to take it from you on the road, while no one would suspect us." "So it would," added Costin. "Florea speaks well." But Petru shook his head and told them what the goddess of thunder had said, and about the cloth she had given him. And both brothers understood there was only one way in which they could kill him. At a stone's throw from where they stood ran a rushing stream, with clear, deep pools. "Don't you feel thirsty, Costin?" asked Florea, winking at him. "Yes," replied Costin, understanding directly what was wanted. "Come, Petru, let us drink now we have the chance, and then we will set out on our way home. It is a good thing you have us with you, to protect you from harm." The horse neighed, and Petru knew what it meant, and did not go with his brothers. No, he went home to his father, and cured his blindness. And as for his brothers, they never returned again. The Enchanted Knife. Once upon a time, there lived a young man who vowed that he would never marry any girl who had not royal blood in her veins. One day, he plucked up all his courage and went to the palace to ask the emperor for his daughter. The emperor was not much pleased at the thought of such a match for his only child, but being very polite, he only said, "Very well, my son. If you can win the princess, you shall have her. And the conditions are these. In 8 days, you must manage to tame and bring to me 3 horses that have never felt a master. The first is pure white, the second a foxy red with a black head, the third coal black with a white head and feet. And besides that, you must also bring as a present to the Empress, my wife, as much gold as the 3 horses can carry." The young man listened in dismay to these words, but with an effort he thanked the emperor for his kindness and left the palace, wondering how he was to fulfill the task allotted to him. Luckily for him, the emperor's daughter had overheard everything her father had said, and peeping through a curtain had seen the youth, and thought him handsomer than anyone she had ever beheld. So, returning hastily to her own room, she wrote him a letter, which she gave to a trusty servant to deliver, begging her wooer to come to her rooms early the next day, and to undertake nothing without her advice, if he ever wished her to be his wife. That night, when her father was asleep, she crept softly into his chamber and took out an enchanted knife from the chest where he kept his treasures, and hid it carefully in a safe place before she went to bed. The sun had hardly risen the following morning when the princess's nurse brought the young man to her apartments. Neither spoke for some minutes, but stood holding each other's hands for joy, till at last they both cried out that nothing but death should part them. Then the maiden said, "Take my horse, and ride so straight through the wood towards the sunset till you come to a hill with 3 peaks. When you get there, turn first to the right and then to the left, and you will find yourself in a sun meadow where many horses are feeding. Out of these, you must pick out the 3 described to you by my father. If they prove shy and refuse to let you get near them, draw out your knife and let the sun shine on it so that the whole meadow is lit up by its rays. And the horses will then approach you of their own accord and will let you lead them away. When you have them safely, look about till you see a cypress tree, whose roots are of brass, whose boughs are of silver, and whose leaves are of gold. Go to it, and cut away the roots with your knife, and you will come to countless bags of gold. Load the horses with all they can carry, and return to my father, and tell him that you have done your task, and can claim me for your wife. So, the princess had finished all she had to say, and now it depended on the young man to do his part. He hid the knife in the folds of his girdle, mounted his horse, and rode off in search of the meadow. This he found without much difficulty, but the horses were all so shy that they galloped away directly he approached them. Then he drew his knife and held it up towards the sun, and directly there shone such a glory that the whole meadow was bathed in it. From all sides, the horses rushed, pressing round, and each one that passed him fell on its knees to do him honor. But he only chose from them all the 3 that the emperor had described. These he secured by a silken rope to his own horse, and then looked about for the cypress tree. It was standing by itself in one corner, and in a moment he was beside it, tearing away the earth with his knife. Deeper and deeper he dug, till far down, below the roots of brass, his knife struck upon the buried treasure, which lay heaped up in bags all around. With a great effort, he lifted them from their hiding place and laid them one by one on his horses' backs. And when they could carry no more, he led them back to the emperor. And when the emperor saw him, he wondered, but never guessed how it was the young man had been too clever for him till the betrothal ceremony was over. Then he asked his newly made son-in-law what dowry he would require with his bride, to which the bridegroom made answer, "Noble emperor, all I desire is that I may have your daughter for my wife, and enjoy forever the use of your enchanted knife." Jesper, who herded the hares. There was once a king who ruled over a kingdom somewhere between sunrise and sunset. It was as small as kingdoms usually were in old times. And when the king went up to the roof of his palace and took a look round, he could see to the ends of it in every direction. But as it was all his own, he was very proud of it, and often wondered how it would get along without him. He had only one child, and that was a daughter, so he foresaw that she must be provided with a husband who would be fit to be king after him. Where to find one rich enough and clever enough to be a suitable match for the princess was what troubled him, and often kept him awake at night. At last, he devised a plan. He made a proclamation over all his kingdom and asked his nearest neighbors to publish it in theirs as well, that whoever could bring him a dozen of the finest pearls the king had ever seen, and could perform certain tasks that would beset him, should have his daughter in marriage, and in due time succeed to the throne. The pearls, he thought, could only be brought by a very wealthy man, and the tasks would require unusual talents to accomplish them. There were plenty who tried to fulfill the terms which the king proposed. Rich merchants and foreign princes presented themselves one after the other, so that some days the number of them was quite annoying. But though they could all produce magnificent pearls, not one of them could perform even the simplest of the tasks set them. Some turned up, too, who were mere adventurers, and tried to deceive the old king with imitation pearls. But he was not to be taken in so easily, and they were soon sent about their business. At the end of several weeks, the stream of suitors began to fall off, and still there was no prospect of a suitable son-in-law. Now it so happened that in a little corner of the king's dominions, beside the sea, there lived a poor fisher who had 3 sons, and their names were Peter, Paul, and Jesper. Peter and Paul were grown men, while Jesper was just coming to manhood. The 2 elder brothers were much bigger and stronger than the youngest, but Jesper was far the cleverest of the 3, though neither Peter nor Paul would admit this. It was a fact, however, as we shall see in the course of our story. One day, the fisherman went out fishing, and among his catch for the day, he brought home 3 dozen oysters. When these were opened, every shell was found to contain a large and beautiful pearl. Hereupon the 3 brothers, at one and the same moment, fell upon the idea of offering themselves as suitors for the princess. After some discussion, it was agreed that the pearls should be divided by lot, and that each should have his chance in the order of his age. Of course, if the oldest was successful, the other 2 would be saved the trouble of trying. Next morning, Peter put his pearls in a little basket and set off for the king's palace. He had not gone far on his way when he came upon the king of the ants and the king of the beetles, who, with their armies behind them, were facing each other and preparing for battle. "Come and help me," said the king of the ants. The beetles, are too big for us. I may help you someday in return. I have no time to waste on other people's affairs, said Peter. Just fight away as best you can. And with that, he walked off and left them. A little further on the way, he met an old woman. "Good morning, young man," said she. "You are early astir. What have you got in your basket?" "Cinders," said Peter promptly, and walked on, adding to himself, "Take that for being so inquisitive." "Very well, cinders be it," the old woman called after him, but he pretended not to hear her. Very soon he reached the palace and was at once brought before the king. When he took the cover off the basket, the king and all his courtiers said with one voice that these were the finest pearls they had ever seen, and they could not take their eyes off them. But then a strange thing happened. The pearls began to lose their whiteness and grew quite gem in color. Then they grew blacker and blacker, till at last they were just like so many cinders. Peter was so amazed that he could say nothing for himself. But the king said quite enough for both, and Peter was glad to get away home again, as fast as his legs would carry him. To his father and brothers, however, he gave no account of his attempt, except that it had been a failure. Next day, Paul set out to try his luck. He soon came upon the king of the ants and the king of the beetles, who with their armies had encamped on the field of battle all night and were ready to begin the fight again. "Come and help me," said the king of the ants. "We got the worst of it yesterday. I may help you someday in return." "I don't care, though you get the worst of it today, too," said Paul. "I have more important business on hand than mixing myself up in your quarrels." So he walked on, and presently the same old woman met him. "Good morning," said she. "What have you got in your basket?" "Cinders," said Paul, who was quite as insolent as his brother, and quite as anxious to teach other people good manners. "Very well, cinders be it," the old woman shouted after him, but Paul neither looked back nor answered her. He thought more of what she said, however, after his pearls also turned to cinders before the eyes of king and court. Then he lost no time in getting home again, and was very sulky when asked how he had succeeded. The third day came, and with it came Jesper's turn to try his fortune. He got up and had his breakfast, while Peter and Paul lay in bed and made rude remarks, telling him that he would come back quicker than he went. For if they had failed, it could not be supposed that he would succeed. Jesper made no reply, but put his pearls in the little basket and walked off. The king of the ants and the king of the beetles were again marshalling their hosts, but the ants were greatly reduced in numbers and had little hope of holding out that day. "Come and help us," said their king to Jesper. or we shall be completely defeated. I may help you someday in return." Now Jesper had always heard the ants spoken of as clever and industrious little creatures, while he never heard anyone say a good word for the beetles, so he agreed to give the wished-for help. At the first charge he made, the ranks of the beetles broke and fled in dismay, and those escaped best that were nearest a hole, and could get into it before Jesper's boots came down upon them. In a few minutes, the ants had the field all to themselves, and their king made quite an eloquent speech to Jesper, thanking him for the service he had done them, and promising to assist him in any difficulty. "Just call on me when you want me," he said, "wherever you are. I'm never far away from anywhere, and if I can possibly help you, I shall not fail to do it." Jesper was inclined to laugh at this, but he kept a grave face, said he would remember the offer, and walked on. At a turn of the road, he suddenly came upon the old woman. "Good morning," said she. "What have you got in your basket?" "Pearls," said Jesper. "I'm going to the palace to win the princess with them." And in case she might not believe him, he lifted the cover and let her see them. "Beautiful," said the old woman. "Very beautiful indeed, but they will go a very little way towards winning the princess, unless you can also perform the tasks that are set you. However," she said, "I see you have brought something with you to eat. Won't you give that to me? You are sure to get a good dinner at the palace." "Yes, of course," said Jesper. "I hadn't thought of that." And he handed over the whole of his lunch to the old woman. He had already taken a few steps on the way again, when the old woman called him back. "Here," she said. "Take this whistle in return for your lunch. It isn't much to look at, but if you blow it, anything that you have lost or that has been taken from you will find its way back to you in a moment." Jesper thanked her for the whistle, though he did not see of what use it was to be to him just then, and held on his way to the palace. When Jesper presented his pearls to the king, there were exclamations of wonder and delight from everyone who saw them. It was not pleasant, however, to discover that Jesper was a mere fisher lad. That wasn't the kind of son-in-law that the king had expected, and he said so to the queen. "Never mind," said she. "You can easily set him such tasks as he will never be able to perform. We shall soon get rid of him." "Yes, of course," said the king. "Really, I forget things nowadays, with all the bustle we have had of late." That day, Jesper dined with the king and queen and their nobles, and at night was put into a bedroom grander than anything of the kind he had ever seen. It was all so new to him that he could not sleep a wink, especially as he was always wondering what kind of tasks would be set him to do, and whether he would be able to perform them. In spite of the softness of the bed, he was very glad when morning came at last. After breakfast was over, the king said to Jesper, "Just come with me, and I'll show you what you must do first." He led him out to the barn, and there, in the middle of the floor, was a large pile of grain. "Here," said the king, "you have a mixed heap of wheat, barley, oats, and rye, a sackful of each. By an hour before sunset, you must have these sorted out into 4 heaps, and if a single grain is found to be in a wrong heap, you have no further chance of marrying my daughter. I shall lock the door so that no one can get in to assist you, and I shall return at the appointed time to see how you have succeeded." The king walked off, and Jesper looked in despair at the task before him. Then he sat down and tried what he could do at it. But it was soon very clear that single-handed he could never hope to accomplish it in the time. Assistance was out of the question. Unless, he suddenly thought, unless the king of the ants could help. On him he began to call, and before many minutes had passed, that royal personage made his appearance. Jesper explained the trouble he was in. "Is that all?" said the ant. "We shall soon put that to rights." He gave the royal signal, and in a minute or two, a stream of ants came pouring into the barn, who under the king's orders set to work to separate the grain into the proper heaps. Jesper watched them for a while, but through the continual movement of the little creatures, and his not having slept during the previous night, he soon fell sound asleep. When he woke again, the king had just come into the barn, and was amazed to find that not only was the task accomplished, but that Jesper had found time to take a nap as well. "Wonderful," said he. "I couldn't have believed it possible. However, the hardest is yet to come, as you will see tomorrow." Jesper thought so too when the next day's task was set before him. The king's gamekeepers had caught 100 live hares, which were to be let loose in a large meadow. And there, Jesper must herd them all day, and bring them safely home in the evening. If even one were missing, he must give up all thought of marrying the princess. Before he had quite grasped the fact that this was an impossible task, the keepers had opened the sacks in which the hares were brought to the field, and, with a whisk of the short tail and a flap of the long ears, each one of the 100 flew in a different direction. "Now," said the king, as he walked away, "let's see what your cleverness can do here." Jesper stared round him in bewilderment, and having nothing better to do with his hands, thrust them into his pockets, as he was in the habit of doing. Here he found something which turned out to be the whistle given to him by the old woman. He remembered what she had said about the virtues of the whistle, but was rather doubtful whether its powers would extend to 100 hares, each of which had gone in a different direction and might be several miles distant by this time. However, he blew the whistle, and in a few minutes the hares came bounding through the hedge on all the 4 sides of the field, and before long were all sitting round him in a circle. After that, Jesper allowed them to run about as they pleased, so long as they stayed in the field. The king had told one of the keepers to hang about for a little and see what became of Jesper, not doubting, however, that as soon as he saw the coast clear, he would use his legs to the best advantage and never show face at the palace again. It was therefore with great surprise and annoyance that he now learned of the mysterious return of the hares and the likelihood of Jesper carrying out his task with success. One of them must be got out of his hands by hook or crook, said he. I'll go and see the queen about it. She's good at devising plans. A little later, a girl in a shabby dress came into the field and walked up to Jesper. Do give me one of those hares, she said. We have just got visitors who are going to stay to dinner, and there's nothing we can give them to eat. I can't, said Jesper. For one thing, they're not mine. For another, a great deal depends on my having them all here in the evening. But the girl, and she was a very pretty girl, though so shabbily dressed, begged so hard for one of them that at last he said, Very well, give me a kiss, and you shall have one of them. He could see that she didn't quite care for this, but she consented to the bargain and gave him the kiss, and went away with a hare in her apron. Scarcely had she got outside the field, however, when Jesper blew his whistle, and immediately the hare wriggled out of its prison like an eel and went back to its master at the top of its speed. Not long after this, the hare herd had another visit. This time, it was a stout old woman in the dress of a peasant, who also was after a hare to provide a dinner for unexpected visitors. Jesper again refused, but the old lady was so pressing and would take no refusal that at last he said, Very well, you shall have a hare, and pay nothing for it either, if you will only walk round me on tiptoe, look up to the sky, and cackle like a hen. Fie, said she, what a ridiculous thing to ask anyone to do. Just think what the neighbors would say if they saw me. They would think I had taken leave of my senses. Just as you like, said Jesper. You know best whether you want the hare or not. There was no help for it, and a pretty figure the old lady made in carrying out her task. The cackling wasn't very well done, but Jesper said it would do, and gave her the hare. As soon as she had left the field, the whistle was sounded again, and back came long legs and ears at a marvelous speed. The next to appear on the same errand was a fat old fellow in the dress of a groom. It was the royal livery he wore, and he plainly thought a good deal of himself. "Young man," said he, "I want one of those hares. Name your price, but I must have one of them." "All right," said Jesper. "You can have one at an easy rate. Just stand on your head, whack your heels together, and cry, 'Hurrah!' and the hare is yours." "Eh, what?" said the old fellow. "Me stand on my head? What an idea!" "Oh, very well," said Jesper. "You needn't unless you like, you know. But then you won't get the hare." It went very much against the grain, one could see. But after some efforts, the old fellow had his head on the grass and his heels in the air. The whacking and the hurrah were rather feeble, but Jesper was not very exacting, and the hare was handed over. Of course, it wasn't long in coming back again, like the others. Evening came, and home came Jesper, with the 100 hares behind him. Great was the wonder over all the palace, and the king and queen seemed very much put out. But it was noticed that the princess actually smiled to Jesper. "Well, well," said the king. "You have done that very well indeed. If you are as successful with a little task which I shall give you tomorrow, we shall consider the matter settled, and you shall marry the princess." Next day, it was announced that the task would be performed in the great hall of the palace, and everyone was invited to come and witness it. The king and queen sat on their thrones, with the princess beside them, and the lords and ladies were all round the hall. At a sign from the king, 2 servants carried in a large, empty tub, which they set down in the open space before the throne, and Jesper was told to stand beside it. "Now," said the king, "you must tell us as many undoubted truths as will fill that tub, or you can't have the princess." "But how are we to know when the tub is full?" said Jesper. "Don't you trouble about that," said the king. "That's my part of the business." This seemed to everybody present rather unfair, but no one liked to be the first to say so, and Jesper had to put the best face he could on the matter and begin his story. "Yesterday," he said, "when I was herding the hares, there came to me a girl in a shabby dress and begged me to give her one of them. She got the hare, but she had to give me a kiss for it. And that girl was the princess. Isn't that true?" said he, looking at her. The princess blushed and looked very uncomfortable, but had to admit that it was true. "That hasn't filled much of the tub," said the king. "Go on again." "After that," said Jesper, "a stout old woman in a peasant's dress came and begged for a hare. Before she got it, she had to walk round me on tiptoe, turn up her eyes, and cackle like a hen. and that old woman was the queen. Isn't that true now?" The queen turned very red and hot, but couldn't deny it. Said the king. "That is something, but the tub isn't full yet." To the queen, he whispered, "I didn't think you would be such a fool." "What did you do?" she whispered in return. "Do you suppose I would do anything for him?" said the king, and then hurriedly ordered Jesper to go on. "In the next place," said Jesper, "there came a fat old fellow on the same errand. He was very proud and dignified. But in order to get the hare, he actually stood on his head, whacked his heels together, and cried, 'Hurrah!' And that old fellow was the—" "Stop! Stop!" shouted the king. "You needn't say another word. The tub is full." Then all the court applauded, and the king and queen accepted Jesper as their son-in-law, and the princess was very well pleased, for by this time she had quite fallen in love with him, because he was so handsome and so clever. When the old king got time to think over it, he was quite convinced that his kingdom would be safe in Jesper's hands if he looked after the people as well as he herded the hares. The underground workers. On a bitter night, somewhere between Christmas and the New Year, a man set out to walk to the neighboring village. It was not many miles off, but the snow was so thick that there were no roads, or walls, or hedges left to guide him. And very soon he lost his way altogether, and was glad to get shelter from the wind behind a thick juniper tree. Here he resolved to spend the night, thinking that when the sun rose, he would be able to see his path again. So he tucked his legs snugly under him like a hedgehog, rolled himself up in his sheepskin, and went to sleep. How long he slept, I cannot tell you, but after a while he became aware that someone was gently shaking him, while a stranger whispered, "My good man, get up. If you lie there any more, you will be buried in the snow, and no one will ever know what became of you." The sleeper slowly raised his head from his furs and opened his heavy eyes. Near him stood a long, thin man, holding in his hand a young fir tree taller than himself. "Come with me," said the man. "A little way off, we have made a large fire, and you will rest far better there than out upon this moor." The sleeper did not wait to be asked twice, but rose at once and followed the stranger. The snow was falling so fast that he could not see 3 steps in front of him, till the stranger waved his staff, when the drifts parted before them. Very soon they reached a wood and saw the friendly glow of a fire. "What is your name?" asked the stranger, suddenly turning round. "I am called Hans, the son of Long Hans," said the peasant. In front of the fire, 3 men were sitting clothed in white, just as if it was summer. And for about 30 feet all round, winter had been banished. The moss was dry and the plants green, while the grass seemed all alive with the hum of bees and cockchafers. But above the noise, the son of Long Hans could hear the whistling of the wind and the crackling of the branches as they fell beneath the weight of the snow. "Well, you son of Long Hans, isn't this more comfortable than your juniper bush?" laughed the stranger. And for answer, Hans replied he could not thank his friend enough for having brought him here, and, throwing off his sheepskin, rolled it up as a pillow. Then, after a hot drink which warmed both their hearts, they lay down on the ground. The stranger talked for a little to the other men in a language Hans did not understand, and after listening for a short time, he once more fell asleep. When he awoke, neither wood nor fire was to be seen, and he did not know where he was. He rubbed his eyes and began to recall the events of the night, thinking he must have been dreaming. But for all that, he could not make out how he came to be in this place. Suddenly, a loud noise struck on his ear, and he felt the earth tremble beneath his feet. Hans listened for a moment, then resolved to go towards the place where the sound came from, hoping he might come across some human being. He found himself at length at the mouth of a rocky cave in which a fire seemed burning. He entered and saw a huge forge and a crowd of men in front of it, blowing bellows and wielding hammers, and to each anvil were 7 men, and a set of more comical smiths could not be found if you searched all the world through. Their heads were bigger than their little bodies, and their hammers twice the size of themselves. But the strongest men on earth could not have handled their iron clubs more stoutly or given lustier blows. The little blacksmiths were clad in leather aprons, which covered them from their necks to their feet in front, and left their backs naked. On a high stool against the wall sat the man with the pine wood staff, watching sharply the way the little fellows did their work. And near him stood a large can, from which every now and then the workers would come and take a drink. The master no longer wore the white garments of the day before, but a black jerkin held in its place by a leathern girdle with huge clasps. From time to time, he would give his workmen a sign with his staff, for it was useless to speak amid such a noise. If any of them had noticed that there was a stranger present, they took no heed of him, but went on with what they were doing. After some hours' hard labor, came the time for rest, and they all flung their hammers to the ground and trooped out of the cave. Then the master got down from his seat and said to Hans, "I saw you come in, but the work was pressing, and I could not stop to speak to you. Today you must be my guest, and I will show you something of the way in which I live. Wait here for a moment, while I lay aside these dirty clothes." With these words, he unlocked a door in the cave and bade Hans pass in before him. Oh, what riches and treasures met Hans' astonished eyes. Gold and silver bars lay piled on the floor and glittered so that you could not look at them. Hans thought he would count them for fun, and had already reached the 570th when his host returned and cried, laughing, "Do not try to count them. It would take too long. Choose some of the bars from the heap, as I should like to make you a present of them." Hans did not wait to be asked twice, and stooped to pick up a bar of gold. But though he put forth all his strength, he could not even move it with both hands, still less lift it off the ground. "Why, you have no more power than a flea," laughed the host. "You will have to content yourself with feasting your eyes upon them." So he bade Hans follow him through other rooms, till they entered one bigger than a church, filled, like the rest, with gold and silver. Hans wondered to see these vast riches, which might have bought all the kingdoms of the world, and lay buried, useless, he thought, to anyone. "What is the reason," he asked of his guide, "that you gather up these treasures here, where they can do good to nobody? If they fell into the hands of men, everyone would be rich, and none need work or suffer hunger. And it is exactly for that reason," answered he, "that I must keep these riches out of their way. The whole world would sink to idleness if men were not forced to earn their daily bread. It is only through work and care that man can ever hope to be good for anything." Hans stared at these words, and at last he begged that his host would tell him what use it was to anybody that this gold and silver should lie moldering there, and the owner of it be continually trying to increase his treasure, which already overflowed his storerooms. "I am not really a man," replied his guide, "though I have the outward form of one, but one of those beings to whom is given the care of the world. It is my task, and that of my workmen, to prepare under the earth the gold and silver, a small portion of which finds its way every year to the upper world, but only just enough to help them carry on their business. To none comes wealth without trouble. We must first dig out the gold and mix the grains with earth, clay, and sand. Then, after long and hard seeking, it will be found in this state by those who have good luck or much patience. But, my friend, The hour of dinner is at hand. If you wish to remain in this place and feast your eyes on this gold, then stay till I call you." In his absence, Hans wandered from one treasure chamber to another, sometimes trying to break off a little lump of gold, but never able to do it. After a while, his host came back, but so changed that Hans could not believe it was really he. His silken clothes were of the brightest flame color, richly trimmed with gold fringes and lace. A golden girdle was round his waist, while his head was encircled with a crown of gold, and precious stones twinkled about him like stars in a winter's night. And in place of his wooden stick, he held a finely worked golden staff. The lord of all this treasure locked the doors and put the keys in his pocket, then led Hans into another room, where dinner was laid for them. Table and seats were all of silver, while the dishes and plates were of solid gold. Directly they sat down, a dozen little servants appeared to wait on them, which they did so cleverly and so quickly that Hans could hardly believe they had no wings. As they did not reach as high as the table, they were often obliged to jump and hop right on to the top to get at the dishes. Everything was new to Hans, and though he was rather bewildered, he enjoyed himself very much, especially when the man with the golden crown began to tell him many things he had never heard of before. "Between Christmas and the New Year," said he, "I often amuse myself by wandering about the earth, watching the doings of men and learning something about them. But as far as I have seen and heard, I cannot speak well of them. The greater part of them are always quarreling and complaining of each other's faults, while nobody thinks of his own." Hans tried to deny the truth of these words, but he could not do it, and sat silent, hardly listening to what his friend was saying. Then he went to sleep in his chair, and knew nothing of what was happening. Wonderful dreams came to him during his sleep, where the bars of gold continually hovered before his eyes. He felt stronger than he had ever felt during his waking moments, and lifted 2 bars quite easily onto his back. He did this so often that at length his strength seemed exhausted, and he sank almost breathless on the ground. Then he heard the sound of cheerful voices and the song of the blacksmiths as they blew their bellows. He even felt as if he saw the sparks flashing before his eyes. Stretching himself, he awoke slowly, and here he was in the green forest. And instead of the glow of the fire in the underworld, the light was streaming on him, and he sat up, wondering why he felt so strange. At length, his memory came back to him, and as he called to mind all the wonderful things he had seen, he tried in vain to make them agree with those that happen every day. After thinking it over, till he was nearly mad, he tried at last to believe that one night, between Christmas and the New Year, he had met a stranger in the forest, and had slept all night in his company before a big fire. The next day, they had dined together, and had drunk a great deal more than was good for them. In short, he had spent 2 whole days reveling with another man. But here, with the full tide of summer around him, he could hardly accept his own explanation, and felt that he must have been the plaything or sport of some magician. Near him, in the full sunlight, were the traces of a dead fire, and when he drew close to it, he saw that what he had taken for ashes was really fine silver dust, and that the half-burnt firewood was made of gold. Oh, how lucky Hans thought himself. But where should he get a sack to carry his treasure home before anyone else found it? But necessity is the mother of invention. Hans threw off his fur coat, gathered up the silver ashes so carefully in it that none remained behind, laid the gold sticks on top, and tied up the bag thus made with his girdle, so that nothing should fall out. The load was not, in point of fact, very heavy, although it seemed so to his imagination, and he moved slowly along till he found a safe hiding place for it. In this way, Hans suddenly became rich enough to buy a property of his own. But being a prudent man, he finally decided that it would be best for him to leave his old neighborhood and look for a home in a distant part of the country where nobody knew anything about him. It did not take him long to find what he wanted, and after he had paid for it, there was plenty of money left over. When he was settled, he married a pretty girl who lived nearby and had some children, to whom, on his deathbed, he told the story of the Lord of the Underworld and how he had made Hans rich.